Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Heritage Action Presidential Forum in Greenville, South Carolina. Here to introduce us to Heritage Action for America, please welcome to the stage our grassroots director, Jessica Anderson.
And welcome to the Heritage Action Presidential Candidate Forum. Boy, do we have an exciting night planned for each of you. As you make your way to your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started by telling you a little bit more about Heritage Action. Yeah, oh, we can't hear you? You can't hear me? All right, let's hear it. It's coming. Senator Jim DeMint and Governor Nikki will be our hosts tonight, and our moderator will be Mike Needham. Now, many people think that politics is only about whether the red team or the blue team wins. Well, Heritage Action was launched in 2010 by our sister organization, the Heritage Foundation, to change that. Why? Because winning is only step one. Step two is where we come in, holding members of Congress and elected officials accountable to the right ideas and a vision for America. Heritage Action is unique in the world of Washington because we were created to go over the heads of Congress and work directly with you, the American people. And we aren't just a voice in DC. No, we are working tirelessly in local communities all across America with our Sentinel team. We call our activists Sentinels because Sentinel means to stand guard. And these activists are standing guard for freedom everywhere. Let's take a look.
I just felt crippled with fear and inaction. And I remember every morning I'd fall to my knees in prayer next to the bed, wondering, asking God, what can I do to make this better? How can I be part of the solution, not part of the problem? 5 years ago, when my husband and I retired, we had this long-range plan when we first got married to retire after 30 years of work. And it was the McCain-Obama campaign in 08. And I could see that the political winds were favoring Obama, and that was a scary thing. And we had a market crash. And so half of the things that we had saved on paper were now wiped out. So I started to venture over to my local GOP in hopes of finding something to do for the election. And there was really nothing going on there. It was very disheartening. I was just looking for some way to make a difference and do something. Well, I've been a longtime member of the Heritage Foundation, so I was personally contacted by Russ Vought and Jessica Anderson when Heritage Action was just starting up, and they were looking for activists to write letters to the editor on the Affordable Health Care Act. So I said that I would, and they provided me some wonderful research and talking points to help me craft my letter. I submitted the letter, it was published, and our relationship grew from there. They do the same with each Sentinel. It's a very personal relationship they develop with Sentinels, and that's what separates them from all the other organizations out there that I've tested. There's all these tools in an activist tool chest, and Heritage Action is there to teach activists how to use those tools. Now I look forward to the future because I know that I'm making a difference. As a Sentinel, we have our voices heard individually. And when you add up our team with all the other teams that are growing across this country as Sentinels, we're going to be a force to be reckoned with, and we will be heard in DC and help shape policy and help take our country back to its founding principles.
Wow, what an incredible story that I'm so many in this room tonight can relate to. And I think there are some Sentinels here. Do we have any Sentinels in the house tonight? Woo! The Sentinels here with us tonight are representative of the 12,000 Sentinels that are all across the country. Sentinels like Ginny that you saw in the video, they make up the backbone to Heritage Action. Our grassroots Sentinels, coupled with our Washington, D.C. government relations team, is a force of change in Washington. We are committed to changing Washington, to making it no longer politically profitable to do the wrong thing. We are fighting back. We are fighting back against the Washington establishment, and it doesn't stop with Congress. No. This fight continues through 2016 all the way to the White House. And as far as national elections go, friends, I don't have to tell you how important this election is. This coming election, it's about freedom. This coming election, it's about growing the economy. This coming election, it's about limiting government. This election is about taking back America from 8 years of failed policy. So I want to know, Greenville, I want to hear you shout, do you love your freedom? Do you want to grow the economy? Do you want to limit government? And do you want to take America back from Barack Obama? Woo! Then friends, Heritage Action and the Sentinel program is for you. Text ACTION now to 88588 and become a fighter. A fighter for freedom, a fighter committed to changing Washington. Text ACTION to 88588 now and join the 12,000 Sentinels in Sentinel Nation today. We need you. America needs you. We need to take back America, and it starts tonight. With you, with us, with this forum, and with God's great plan for our still great nation. So friends, I'm excited about the program that we have in store for you tonight. I'm excited for you to hear from these candidates, and we're going to get started momentarily. So hold on to your seats, and let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remain standing for the singing of the national anthem of the United States of America, led by the Tiger Roar a cappella group from Clemson University. And now, to present the colors, the Pershing Rifle Company from Clemson University.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the evening, the Chief Executive Officer of Heritage Action for America, Michael Needham.
Wow. Hello, South Carolina. Y'all ready to have fun tonight? We are going to have a great evening, and by the end of this evening, you're going to know more about these presidential candidates than you ever have found out from other events. This is going to be a fantastic night. I want to first start off and recognize all of our Sentinels front and center on the floor. Hello, Sentinels. Looks like an army to me. So my guess is that the reason so many of you are spending your Friday night here with us is that you're concerned about the future of the nation. Am I right? Are you concerned with a political class that is completely out of touch with the issues that we all care about? Well, tonight's going to be interesting. Where else do the candidates go to answer real policy questions and prove that they're the ones who can provide opportunity for all Americans and not favoritism to the special interests that run Washington, D.C.? And they're not going to be judged by media pundits or political consultants or just a few donors. They're going to be judged by all of us. All of us who are desperate for leadership in Washington, D.C. Somebody who's going to go to Washington, D.C. as president, not because they want to join the party, but that they're ready to join the fight. And so you can clap. Let me tell you a little bit about our format for tonight. Tonight, each candidate's going to come on stage one by one for 25 minutes. It's going to start off with a 2-minute video that we've asked each of them to make, explaining how their presidency would uniquely provide opportunity for all Americans and favoritism to none. After that, they'll take a series of policy-focused questions from Governor Nikki Haley, from myself, and from a few sentinels that we've asked to join us on stage. None of these are going to be gotcha questions. They're all policy-focused questions that are going to show who truly is willing to fight for conservatives all across America. Who can go out and inspire Americans and prove to them that it's our solutions that make life better for all? Who, as President of the United States, will go there and truly help us take back America? I want to tell you the biggest lie in Washington, D.C. And let me be honest, there's a lot of lies in Washington, D.C. It's that Washington's broken. Washington's not broken. It's a finely tuned machine that works for incumbent politicians. It works for their consultants. It works for the K Street lobbyists whose entire job is to preserve the status quo. Tonight's going to be different. Tonight, it's your voice that matters. Tonight, everybody inside the Beltway who prefer not to have to listen to you is going to hear your voice. Tonight, we're part of a movement, and it's a movement that's going to take back America. It is now my great honor to introduce somebody who I know as the real Mr. Smith comes to Washington. Many of you know him as your neighbor and your former senator. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim DeMint.
Mike.
Hey, Jim.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks for being here. Absolutely.
Thank you, folks. Wow, what a great crowd. This feels like home. It is home. Welcome to my hometown of Greenville, South Carolina. Thanks for being here, folks. Now, how many folks are from South Carolina here tonight? Let me see some hands. All right. Now, I want everyone who's not from South Carolina to stand up here so we could just give you a warm South Carolina welcome. All right. Thank you for coming. Are we ready to take back America? Is that what we're here for? Folks, you know, this president, President Obama, has probably done more to hurt this country than anyone in my lifetime. I don't think I'm exaggerating. He's undermined our culture, our economy, our security, our defense, and our standing in the world. And all of us are frustrated that Republican leadership in Washington has done very little to stand up to him during his 8 years in office. We all know what we need. We need real, common sense, conservative leadership in the White House, in Congress, and in every state across this land. And that's what tonight is all about. That's what the next election is all about. That's why Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action work all over the country to build support for common sense conservative solutions that make this country stronger and make life better for every American. The left tries to divide all of us into different groups and play one group against another. Rich against the poor, black and white, young against old. But folks, we've talked to millions of Americans, really thousands directly, but through mail and online. We know that Americans don't want to be part of an interest group or a minority. They want to be Americans. And what they want from their government is opportunity for all, favoritism for none. What they tell us, they're tired of Washington handing out favors to the politically connected big interest in Washington, picking winners and losers, handing out grants and subsidies to different groups. Tonight, we're going to ask the candidates to tell you and the whole country, what will they do? What are their ideas going to do to create opportunity for every American and cut off the status quo favoritism that we see throughout Washington today? Our ideas can unite America. We know it. Every American would like a fair chance to have an opportunity in this land, and we can pull this country together around our ideas. I want to ask you one favor before we get started. I know we've all come here tonight with our favorites in the race, and I expect you to cheer for those that you like and the answers that you like. But these candidates have come a long way. They've had a grueling schedule. Let's show them the courtesy and respect that they would expect from good Southern hospitality. So when you, so when you hear an answer you like, you can clap. When you hear an answer you don't like, I think if you're just quiet, they'll get the message very loudly from you. Folks, now it is my honor to introduce to you my co-host for this event, a great friend of mine, a conservative champion here in South Carolina and across the country, our Governor, Nikki Haley. Governor, it's a great day in South Carolina, and you've got a lot of friends here tonight.
It is a great day in South Carolina, and I am thrilled that we could be doing this with Jim and with the Heritage Action for America. So much of what we're trying to do is use the power of our voices. And I'll tell you, I am blessed to serve with many great governors across this country. But let me just give you some examples of why this is so hard. In South Carolina, we're proud to say we build planes with Boeing. We build cars with BMW and now Mercedes-Benz and Volvo. We have five international tire companies with Michelin, Bridgestone, GT Tire, Trailborg, so many different tire companies, all international. And do I need to tell you every one of them's non-union? But this is the hard part. The hardest part about my job is dealing with Washington, D.C. Every day when we wake up, we're trying to build things in America. I want it made in America. I want it made in South Carolina. And I have a president that's pushing regulations and policies, pushing it out to China and Mexico. We want to go and have good health care policies that offer opportunities for everyone efficiently. And we have a president pushing mandates and Medicaid expansions and state exchanges that we don't want. We have a country that we want to be strong in opportunity. We have a country that we want to allow us to do the education policies we want to do, not the way DC wants us to do. And we have a state who's worked very hard to keep the labor unions out and be a strong right-to-work state, and we have a president with the National Labor Relations Board that keeps trying to push them right back in. So what I am saying today is your voice matters. For those of you from South Carolina, you showed it before. I was running against a governor, a lieutenant governor, a congressman, and a state senator. We didn't have any money. We didn't have the establishment. But what we had were grassroots, passion, and the power of our voice. I'm asking you to do for the country what you did for me. Let's elect someone that's a fighter. Let's elect someone that's conservative. Let's elect someone that understands they work for the people and not the other way around. So tonight is our opportunity to do that. I will tell you, we've got thousands of people here tonight. We could not be more excited. And what this discussion is intended to be is policy, not rhetoric. This is policy. It's going to be substance. It's going to be from activists. It's going to be from policy engagers. And you're going to see me engage. And our goal is to give you real answers to what you're looking for. So enjoy the night. This is going to be great fun. This is going to be great policy. And one of these people will be the next president of the United States. And now I want to turn it over to my good friend Mike Needham. Let's get started. Have a great night.
Thank you, Governor Haley. We're now going to introduce our three sentinels who are going to join us on stage and help us ask questions of the candidates. First, Heather Cordasco from Williamsburg, Virginia. Second is Bill Hennessy from St. Louis, Missouri. And third is Debbie Georgiadis from Dallas, Texas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get started. Our first candidate is a former governor from Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, our first video will be Governor Jeb Bush explaining how his presidency would uniquely bring opportunity for all and favoritism to none.
The question is, how do we create an America where there's opportunity for all and favoritism for none? The way we do that is to create high sustained economic growth.
1.3 million new jobs were created during the time that I was governor. Income rose in people's pockets. I committed to building the best business climate possible so that small businesses could create the jobs that would allow people to rise up.
And I created the first statewide voucher program. I created the second statewide voucher program. And I created the third statewide voucher program. We dramatically reform our tax code by lowering rates and eliminating all of the crony capitalism embedded in our tax code.
Taxes should be lower, simpler, fair, and clear.
We need to shift power away from Washington, D.C. as it relates to regulations. Our government, particularly in Washington, D.C., makes it hard for people to rise up, which is why I'm for a balanced budget amendment and line item veto power.
We need transparency. I think every time a lobbyist meets with an elected official, it ought to be online in 48 hours.
My plan works whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street. No special favors, no special breaks.
Reforming how Washington works, combined with high sustained economic growth, is the best way to create opportunity for all.
And we will assure that our children and grandchildren will have more opportunities than what we had.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Governor Jeb Bush.
Thank you. Thank you all. Governor
Good
Bush,
afternoon.
Your first question will come from Heather.
I got into politics because I felt like my own party was part of the problem in Washington. Spending was up, government was bigger, and we were bailing out Wall Street. You've talked with passion about guaranteeing a right to rise and how conservative ideas work for everyone. Today, it seems like the only people who get to rise are the well-connected. How do you plan to change that?
Great question. First of all, I've had the practice of doing it being governor of the state of Florida, where, according to Fox Business, of all the candidates running for president that have been a governor, I cut spending the most. We had a basic belief that government income should grow far less than personal income. And every budget I submitted and every budget I signed, all of them balanced, had that principle applied. So at the end of 8 years, government was smaller as it related to the size and scope of people's income. We had $1,500 more money in people's pockets, families in Florida, because of that. We challenged everything. I disrupted the old order, and that's what we need to do in Washington, D.C. If you want to create an environment where people have a chance to rise up, you've got to deal with crony capitalism, the fact that everything's all lobbied up. A tax code now has so many expenditures and carve-outs and credits. We need a simple code. I've proposed this 10 days ago, a code that lowers the rates, the corporate rate, to 20%, the lowest in the industrialized world instead of the highest, where we eliminate all of the deductions and carve-outs. Let people decide. Let businesses pursue their success their own way. And that's the way you do it. We lower personal rates as well and put a cap on expenditures or deductions. We also eliminated, by the way, this will be important not just for Washington, but we eliminated state and local tax deductions. So small government states, communities like South Carolina and Florida, aren't subsidizing California and New York and Illinois. This is the way you do it. You shift power back to families, back to communities, to let them make decisions. In the case of Florida, when we did this, our economy grew at 4.4%. About double the rate that we're living with now. We had 4.4% growth. Government grew at half that rate. We were one of 2 states to become AAA bond rated. Compare that to the sorry state of affairs in Washington, D.C., where for the first time in American history, we had a credit downgrade. You can do this if you're serious about applying conservative principles across the board, and that's what I did. I was a disruptor in Tallahassee, and I'll be a disruptor in Washington, D.C. We need a line item veto power for the government. They called me Vito Corleone when I was governor of Florida for good reason, because I vetoed 2,500 separate line items in the budget, totaling $2 billion. We need to have a balanced budget amendment. Every time a lobbyist meets with an elected official in Washington, there ought to be, in 24 hours, there ought to be some notice of it. If an elected official doesn't show up to work, they ought to have their pay deducted like everybody else in America. You can change the culture, and then you can start fixing the big things that are holding us back. How we tax, how we regulate, embracing the energy revolution, fixing the things that will allow us to grow at a rate that will lift everybody's spirits.
Governor Bush, let's stick on the issue of spending. Over the last 15 years, the federal budget has doubled from $1.9 trillion to this year an estimated $3.8 trillion. Can you commit that as president, the size of government relative to the economy will shrink under your presidency? And specifically with regards to the discretionary budget, are there any specific programs that you'd cut?
Sure. Well, first of all, I think we ought to shift as much of these things, block grant them back to the states. So the biggest non-discretionary, so-called non-discretionary spending, by the way, Mike, why do we call these things discretionary and non-discretionary to start with? That's kind of a trap to begin with, isn't it? Shouldn't we have a family budget in Washington, D.C.? Shouldn't we start with the notion that you take what you have, you spend what you have? The budget in Washington, it starts like this. That's the base budget. It grows automatically. Maybe we should have a zero-based budgeting approach where there is no difference between discretionary and non-discretionary. So here's the idea. Medicaid, one of the largest spending items in the federal budget. It's non-discretionary because it's an entitlement. Fine, why don't we block grant it back to the states? Let Governor Haley pick how she wants to create an insurance program for the poor. In Florida, I did that. We said we'll take this money at a far lower rate of growth, 2% instead of 6 or 7%, and we created our own Medicaid program that the beneficiaries liked a lot more. They got to choose plans. They got benefits when they could take the premium and go to a private provider. If they made the healthy lifestyle decisions, they got additional monies to continue to do healthy lifestyle things. And the net result was we saved a lot of money for the government, outcomes were better, and people had choices and they were empowered to make those kind of choices. That's the better approach. Across the board, we should be doing that. But there's a lot of programs inside of Washington that don't need to go back to, they ought to be eliminated. The EDA, there's a whole alphabet soup of things inside of the Department of Commerce. It worked maybe 50, 60, 70 years ago, but in this dynamic economy that we're living in, we don't have to have government support for economic development. It's kind of an oxymoron. All of the Department of Energy grants for trying to pick winners and losers in the energy market, that really worked out well. Solyndra and every other one, we should eliminate all of that kind of spending and focus on frankly, if you had to pick the one thing, and I hope you guys support this, in South Carolina, the most veteran-friendly state other than maybe Florida, I hope that you would say that we need to support our veterans and support our military and support our counterintelligence capabilities. That is where we should be spending our money and reforming the things that create the huge out-year cost, our entitlement problems, and then all the rest of it should be challenged in a zero-based budgeting kind of way. That's what I think is the proper approach to doing this. And wherever possible, let's apply the 10th Amendment again the right way. Let's shift power back to the states and let them decide how they build their roads, how they educate their kids, how they provide social welfare system around the people that truly need it.
Governor Bush, on several of the things you just mentioned, you might find that actually there's some people within your own party, especially in Washington, D.C., who disagree with you. What issue do you think, if you were elected president, you would most come in conflict with the Republican Party over?
I can't, the microphone,
What issue do you think you would most find yourself in conflict with congressional Republicans of your own party in as president?
I don't know. I I think people are quite comfortable with the old order there, and there's be a lot of disruption. Some of the things I just described might come in conflict. The Ex-Im Bank is an example of this. It may have worked in the past, but again, we're in a different era. Our economy is different. We need to create a dynamic world. We don't have to have, and we need to tear down the barriers. The large businesses are going to do fine. What we need to do is to eliminate the barriers so that smaller businesses can disrupt and innovate and challenge. And I want my party to be on the side of the disruptors, not on the side of the incumbents. So there will be people that support, because of large corporations in their districts and things like that, they might be supportive of that. But the simple fact is, with presidential leadership, people will move in the direction of what a president does. And we've had, for the last 6.5 painful years, we've had a president that has only tried to divide us, that doesn't believe in entrepreneurial capitalism, that believes that the progressive agenda from the top down works far better than the indigenous kind of organic way that America has always done better from the bottom up. But a president that comes committed to that believes in the future of our country, in a free society, people pursuing their dreams with a vengeance, believes in free market economics, I think there'll be lots of people that will follow. And we should have that kind of discussion now. I mean, there are people that have been elected to Congress who have done a good job fighting President Obama, but they've never actually passed a law. They've never done anything because there's abject gridlock, and that's quite dangerous. Look at the governors as the place to see how it should work. Governors that have Republican legislatures, governors that have mixed legislatures, and what you find is, because they have a balanced budget requirement, first and foremost, they have to pass a budget. And if you have to pass a budget, you have to prioritize. We should have that as a first priority, and every state in this country ought to be passing a balanced budget amendment. If the Washington won't do it, let's have a constitutional convention to do it. If you had that, it would force everybody to forge consensus on how to find it. It wouldn't force raising taxes for those that are concerned about that. Not with me as president and Republicans in Congress. We're not going to raise taxes. We should be lowering taxes and reforming it to eliminate all of the carve-outs and the things that protect the incumbents. We could be growing at 4% per year, as far as the eye can see, if we applied the same principles that allowed us to grow at 4% per year when we were doing it. We haven't lost our ability to do it, we just haven't applied the right policies to make it happen, and that's what we should be focused on. I'm having a hard time hearing you here.
Governor Bush, let's talk now about what you call the right to rise and religious liberty. You spoke at the Liberty University commencement address, and that you said with regard to the religious liberty, there's a choice between the Little Sisters of the Poor and Big Brother. And in your 1990s book, Profiles in Character, you said that one of the causes of America's social regression can be traced to the collapse of civil society, those institutions, the family, church, that instill virtue. Can you talk about what you think the job of a president is vis-a-vis promoting religious liberty, civil society, and virtue?
Absolutely. If you talk about bottom-up politics, a bottom-up society rather than a top-down society, you start with the institution of family. Because without that, the demands on government become overwhelming. Today in America, 42% of all the babies brought into the world today will be out of wedlock. A mom will be there, of course, but the dad, the dad may be part of the life, but is not the husband of the mom, and may not be living there. A quarter of all children born today don't know who their dad has no relationship with their dad. And the net result of this, as we've seen this play out, is a dramatic change in our society, and the demands that exist because of this are overwhelming. If we want to get back to a society that is loving and compassionate and caring, I think reorganizing family life, recognizing that single moms are heroic in their efforts, that we should respect the fact that it is difficult to do this, but we ought to figure out ways to make sure that men can be involved in their child's life and men be reconnected with the moms that are struggling. And we don't do that today. So how would we do it? Well, first, as a president, you lead. You talk about this in a way that is loving and draws people towards the cause of traditional family life being important. Secondly, you eliminate all of the barriers that exist right now in our welfare system for men to be engaged. Effectively, if you're an intact family, you can't receive the benefits. And the net result is that it basically perpetuates this. You trap people Thirdly, we have a marriage penalty in our tax code. If someone wants to work as a spouse, the highest rate that they pay is the first dollar that they earn because they're part of their spouse's income. We should eliminate the marriage penalty by allowing spouses to have their own file, single filing, which would create a lot of economic opportunity and vitality in families. And as it relates to religious freedom, clearly the president has to express a view and fight for the view that conscience is what religious freedom is about, not just going to church, as Hillary Clinton says, or just having a view of faith in your house, but acting on your sense of consciousness matters. Being in the public square, using the teachings of your Creator to be able to improve the human condition, to act on your faith, is something that is part of our heritage as a country. And there are people on the left that want to push that away, and they're using the courts to try to do so. I, for one, believe that a tolerant big country like ours needs to protect religious freedom and religious conscience. It is the first freedom of our Constitution. And I think a great majority of Americans believe with that. I think 3/4 of Americans, if you express it the way I just did, will embrace that idea. And politics ought to be about that, drawing people towards our cause, having a conversation with them to believe like we believe that these things truly, truly matter.
Great. Governor Bush, final question before Governor Haley comes up. Many demand cheap energy but are unwilling to see its production in their own state. When you were governor of Florida, you supported a drilling moratorium off the coast of Florida. Our next question actually comes from Twitter, and they ask that you please provide details regarding energy.
Sure. Well, as it relates to the offshore drilling moratorium that existed in Florida, it was interesting because, and Governor Haley will appreciate this, for 8 years I opposed the drilling, off the coast by 100 miles, because we have, no disrespect, Governor, we have some pretty nice beaches. And you got to balance the economic interests with the environmental concerns, and that's what I did. No one ever came to my office and said, hey, the dangerous thing is to be 230 miles off the coast where you have deeper waters. That creates a bigger challenge. So that's a lesson learned. But the simple fact is that governors ought to have the right to decide these things. And in South Carolina, if you want to drill off the coast, fine. In Florida, if Governor Scott doesn't want to do it, fine. This should be a decision jointly made by the federal government and the states. But if the states are totally opposed to this, they ought to have the right to be able to not allow it to happen. And as it relates to energy in general, I think we could be energy secure within 5 years with North American resources. That means approving the XL pipeline, for one. That means wherever there is this consensus to expand leases on federal lands and federal waters, which right now there's been a dramatic decline in. That means having a tax code where you fully depreciate all investment in the first year to create a massive expenditure in our own country, creating a renaissance in energy. That means totally focusing on this where natural gas is used in a very different, in all sorts of ways to expand its consumption because it's the lowest cost, most abundant source of energy in the world. If we do that, and it means also that we eliminate the export ban, so that we export our oil to use it as a national security tool, and it frankly lowers our costs here by doing that. And it creates high-wage jobs and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in the real economy. Our energy sector is the one hope we have to be able to create a stronger and safer America and create high sustained economic growth at a far faster rate. And that's what we should be doing. We ought to be figuring out, how do we create 4% growth? How do we lift people out of poverty? How do we create higher wages for the great middle of our country instead of declining disposable income? The energy sector is a place where that will happen more often than not.
Thank you. And I have to tell everyone that Jeb is, I consider, a very dear friend. And the reason I do is because when I was Nikki running for governor and no one knew who I was, I saw him at this candidate forum. And I said, I don't even have 3% of the polls. No one will support me. I can't pick up the phone and no one will answer. And he said, get out of the office. Quit listening to the consultants. Shake every hand and tell them what you care about. And he made it all about grassroots, and for that I will forever be thankful. So thank you very, very much. So Jeb has been one of those other governors that's been great to ask advice to, and South Carolina has not always been at the top and is still struggling when it comes to education. And so I had called him and said, what advice can you save me? Because he was one of the first governors to acknowledge education, but a conservative governor to acknowledge education. He said you need reading coaches. He said you need technology, and above all, don't pass any kids that can't read by the 3rd grade. Jeb, the reason I want to bring this up is because I think there's also, as much as we've worked together on education, South Carolinians have had an issue with Common Core.
Yep.
And so I'd like to ask you, explain to us what your thought process was through Common Core and where you see it going.
Well, Common Core was started after I left as governor. I'm for higher standards, and Common Core standards are higher than the standards that exist. And so if South Carolina, hang on a second, let me finish. You're going to like the ending of this story, come on. If South Carolina wants to get out of Common Core standards, great. Just make sure the standards that you apply are higher than the ones you had before you had Common Core. The standards matter. Accountability matters around them matters. School choice matters. It's the whole approach. No standards would yield bad results, and that's what we have. In South Carolina and Florida, about 1/3 of our kids are college and or career ready. Here's what I'm not for. What I'm not for is the federal government having any say about any aspects of content, curriculum, or standards. This should be a South Carolina decision. And here's the results, Governor. When we did this, when we applied higher standards prior to Common Core, robust accountability, the most ambitious school choice programs in the country, when we eliminated social promotion in 3rd grade, which is what we did, Florida has led the nation in learning gains. It's a fact. Our kids have grown at a faster rate in terms of their learning than any. We started at a low base. We were 50th out of 50 in graduation rate. We're now at the national average. African American kids, low-income kids, kids with learning disabilities, Hispanic kids, all kids in Florida have seen greater gains than any other state in the country. It is a fact. So accountability and standards along with school choice matters. It matters what kids are learning. If you have low expectations for kids, you'll get that result. Do you think it's appropriate that 1/3 of our kids are college and or career ready when they graduate from high school? It is shameful. We need to elevate this debate to get to the point where it really matters. If kids are not ready to go to college or get a job by the time we finish high school, what's their life going to look like? What kind of life will they have? A life of purpose and meaning? I don't believe so. And so this should be a priority, as it is with Governor Haley and any governor. This should be their first priority, to assure that you transform the system to make sure that children are ready to go pursue their dreams as they see fit. And our country is lagging behind. We are 15th in the world right now in terms of college attainment rates. We were number 1 just 20 years ago. Who's fooling who?
Well, and I think, Jeb, that's the reason we care about it, is because we're trying to do all these Made in America jobs. But we want our kids doing them. We want to make sure that our kids can do this. So when it comes to issues that governors face, and I appreciate it because you've been a governor, you know what it's like to have Washington push on you. When it comes to health care, when it comes to education, when it comes to regulations, will you allow states to make those decisions first, or will you try and push those through by the federal government?
You know what the answer to that is? So on education, I'll give you an example. Instead of imposing anything on states on how to do things, if you wanted to create the largest, like Nevada just did the ESA, Education Savings Account, largest voucher program if it's fully implemented in the country. Every child can go to a private school. Their parents can send their kids to a private school, irrespective of income. It's a big darn deal. If they could take the monies that go to Title I monies for low-income kids and ESE monies for the learning disabled kids and the early childhood monies, education monies, and send that down as a block grant to Brian Sandoval, the governor of Nevada, he should have that right to take that money and expand these state-driven programs because they're going to yield rising student achievement. And if you want to do the same thing, you should have that flexibility. The government ought to give you that flexibility. And when I'm elected president, that's exactly what I will propose liberate this stuff. This woman here knows more about education than anybody in Washington, D.C. And that's what we should be focusing on, supporting the reformers in our country and trust people in the states to be able to do what they know how to do.
Last thing I want to ask, just on a personal note. On one side, you look and this entire arena loves your family, and is so thankful for the service that they've given to our... How, personally, for you, how hard has it been to have to be part of this beloved family, but yet also watch your family get criticized and separate yourself from all of that?
Well, I'm used to the criticism because I've watched my dad and my brother be president, and they got the bark scraped off of them every day by the left. That's what they did. That's how they roll. The left just demonizes everybody because their ideas are dead. Have you seen an interesting idea from the left recently? So what do? They demonize. I'm used to this. That's not a problem at all. I'm totally comfortable with that. My challenge and my not dilemma at all, but my opportunity is to share the Jeb story. It's one of accomplishment as it relates to being a governor. I don't have to talk about things. I don't have to file an amendment and call it success. I'm not going to say what I've done and not back it up with anything. I got to be governor like you, which means I cut taxes. I shrunk the government workforce by 11%. I turned the whole system upside down. We created the most meaningful reforms in education. We privatized the child welfare system. You go across the board in terms of policy, and people look to Florida. That story, combined with my policies that I want to bring to the country going forward and the reforms that Washington needs, is my path to success.
And thank you for always being as we go forward. Everybody give it up for Governor
Thank you, guys.
Jeb Bush.
Enjoy the night.
Our next video comes from the current governor of Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, how will Scott Walker provide opportunity for all and favoritism to none?
My record shows that I know how to fight and win. Now more than ever, America needs a president who will fight and win for America. To do that, we need new, fresh leadership. Leadership with big, bold ideas from outside of Washington. The kind of leadership that knows how to get things done, like we've done here in Wisconsin. America is a great country. We just have to start leading again. It's not too late. We can do it because we've done it before. And if you work hard and you play by the rules, you can do and be anything. That's the American dream, and that is worth fighting for. I'm for transferring power from Washington into the hands of hardworking taxpayers in states all across the country. That's real reform. Americans deserve a president who will fight and win for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Governor Scott Walker.
Governor, your first question will come from Bill. Right?
Governor Walker, I have two sons in the United States Navy. Now, you have vowed to overturn President Obama's Iran deal on day one of your presidency. Joe Biden has said that if we reject a deal, we'll be in a weaker position and that we'll be unable to craft a bigger deal from that weakened position. So, is it possible to overturn an international agreement that will have been in place for more than a year when the next presidency begins?
Yes, and first off, thank you to your sons. I think we all owe his sons and everybody else in the military a round of applause. I have two sons, and I'm proud of Matt and Alex, but I know you're particularly proud of them for their service, so we appreciate that. And I want to tell you, by the way, if I'm President of the United States, I will not send your sons or anyone else's sons or daughters into harm's way unless our national security interests are at risk. No more, no less. It should only be about national security. They shouldn't be pawns of the diplomats or politicians in the White House. It should be to secure our national security interests. But in terms of the Iran deal, on day one, I would terminate that deal on day one. I said that earlier this year. Barack Obama said I needed to bone up on foreign policy. How about that from the guy who called ISIS the JV squad and Yemen a success story? It's about time he boned up on what Americans really care about. And so yes, we should terminate that bad deal. We should reinstate the sanctions that Congress has already authorized. Going forward, we should work with the Congress to put in place even more crippling sanctions on top of that. And as president, it won't be easy, but when has anything that's been important for America ever been easy? We should convince our allies to do the same. And I want to send a clear message out there. If you're thinking about doing business in Iran, if I'm president, you've got a choice. You can either do business with Iran or you can do business with the United States of America. You can't do business with both. You see, there's a reason for this. Think about that. I remember as a kid still tying yellow ribbons around the tree in front of our house during the 444 days that Iran held 52 Americans hostage. 52 Americans hostage. They haven't changed much in the last 3.5 decades, and about time we stood up and took notice and said, you know what, you want to do a deal, you can do it on our terms. I said this the other night, but the president is not a very good negotiator. I'd love to play cards with him, because he folds on just about everything when it comes to this Iran deal. You want to do a deal with us, Iran? Here's the conditions. Completely dismantle your nuclear infrastructure, fully disclose, including your underground fortified facilities, and deal with the problems that you have with the destructive behaviors, not the least of which is, if we lift these sanctions, that money's not going to go in to help the Iranian people, many of whom want to be free of this oppressive regime that's in charge now. It's going to go into terrorist activities with groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and others who directly want to target Israel. Unless you give that up, we're not going to do a deal with you now or any time in the future.
Governor Walker, in Wisconsin, you supported beneficial tax treatments for the agriculture and manufacturing industries. Some have also said that the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation represents a form of corporate welfare. Are these policies fair to companies that don't get those benefits, and would you bring them to the federal government in Washington, D.C.?
Well, one of the best things we can do at the federal government is take money and power out of Washington and send it back to the states. To me, I just heard a little bit of Jeb there a second ago. I think you don't just do it in education. I take all the education money out of Washington. In fact, you take $1 out and you take it out of your purse or your wallet and you look at it. Where would you rather spend this dollar? In Washington, where they skim money off the top and give you pennies on the dollar? Or would you rather spend it right back here in South Carolina and states like it across the country? I'd rather spend my money back here. So whether it's in education, transportation, Medicaid, environmental protection, workforce development, I would take the power and the money out of Washington and send it back to the states where it's more effective, more efficient, and definitely more accountable to the American people. Now let's be clear for a minute, though. This isn't going to be easy. Not just because of the Democrats. There's going to be a lot of Republicans in Congress who aren't going to like that much, because there's a fiefdom for each of those different areas out there. And that's why you got to look hard at this election, because there's a lot of great people. You saw it the other night at the debate. But your question shouldn't just be what did they say, and not even just what have they done, but who's got the capacity to stand up and take on those groups. You see, in Wisconsin, I took on not just the unions, I took on the Washington-based special interests, and at some points even members of my own party. And at one point, there were more than 100,000 protesters in our state capitol. More than 100,000. You know what? The help of many of you here and others across the country, we didn't back down. They issued death threats against me and against my family. They issued threats. We didn't back down. They tried to take us to federal and state court, and we didn't back down. They tried to recall my state senators, and we didn't back down. They tried to recall me in the re-election, and we didn't back down. And last year, they made me the #1 target in America in the re-election. We didn't back down. I didn't back down then. I'm not going to back down against Washington.
Governor Walker, in Wisconsin, you signed an abortion ban at 20 weeks, and you also defunded Planned Parenthood. In Washington, D.C., frankly, it feels like Republicans love to run away from any real fight on pro-life issues. Do you think Planned Parenthood should be defunded at the federal level, even if Barack Obama forces a shutdown over the issue?
Absolutely, Planned Parenthood should be defunded. And this is exactly what's wrong with Washington. You see, in my state 4 years ago, a state that hasn't elected a Republican since 1984, we defunded Planned Parenthood long before these videos because it was the right thing to do, and we put that money into women's health that wasn't in Planned Parenthood. If we can do that in a Democrat state like Wisconsin, why can't we do it in Washington? Why can't we do it in Washington? And I don't buy this nonsense about all the Senate rules, 60 votes out there. I got to tell you something. You know what? The Democrats don't play by those rules. They passed Obamacare with 51 votes. It's time we sent the president a bill that defunded Planned Parenthood with 51 votes in the United States Senate. And you don't have to buy into this talk that the media says about shutdowns. We're not talking about shutdowns. We're about sending a bill to the president that reasonably and responsibly defunds Planned Parenthood and puts that money into women's health in other areas that are non-controversial. The president is the one who's willing to stop and shut down the government. We're not. You know what we're standing for? We're telling the rest of America that we don't want any more of those videos. Those videos are outrageous, not just to people like me and many of you here who are pro-life. I think the vast majority of Americans say what they saw on those videos was disgusting. And America wants leadership in Washington that will once and for all stand up and say, that cannot happen in America. When I'm president, that will never happen again.
Governor Walker, you're in favor of defunding Planned Parenthood, yet you were a critic of the defund Obamacare effort 2 years ago. What's the difference between the two issues in your mind?
Well, when it comes to Obamacare, I've got a simple plan. It's called the Day One Patient Freedom Plan. And let me tell you about it, because I tried a little bit the other night, but I didn't quit quite enough time, so let me tell you about this as well. You see, the Day One Patient Freedom Plan is about repealing Obamacare entirely, and putting patients and families back in charge of your health care dollars and decisions. But get this is why we call it Day One. On Day One, we not only send the plan up to Congress, but to get them to act, not talk. Because you know what? I just want to back up for a second, because think about this. There's a reason why the media thinks that gatherings like this are full of angry people. And I look at you, you look like you got smiles on your face. You're not angry. I was just over in Spartanburg. When I talk to people across the country, they're not angry. You know what people are? It's not anger we're talking about. It's a sense of urgency. Not just urgency to take on Barack Obama, but we were told if the United States Senate went Republican along with the House, what would happen? They'd take a vote on repealing Obamacare. What's after Labor Day? Where's the bill to repeal Obamacare? I want to know where it's at. So here's my promise to you. If you elect me as president, not only will I terminate that bad deal with Iran on day one, I will send my plan to repeal Obamacare up to the Congress, and to get them to act. On day one, I will sign an executive order that makes Congress live by the same rules as everyone else in America. That should get them going.
Governor Walker, one aspect of your health care plan is a refundable tax credit that goes to those without employer-based health insurance, some of whom are not taxpayers. Will all of the money that it costs to give those refundable tax credits, which some would call spending, come from the cuts in Medicaid, or would there be any tax increases on those who pay taxes?
No, in our package, it's all about reform, and so we put in place reforms that allow the people of America to use their money. You remove the mandate And then it's up to the American people. If you want to get health insurance and you don't have it from your employer, you can take the refundable tax credit and you can buy it, but if you don't, you don't have to. You can buy it over state lines. You can work together if you're a bunch of small business owners and farmers and ranchers. You can bunch it together. You can use that. And whether you get it through your employer, through your health insurance, or whether you want to go out and do it on your own, you get to use up to $1,000 to put into a health savings account so that you get to control your dollars. Because to me, in the end, the way we really control health care costs is not by the government doing it, but by people having more transparency, understanding more what they're spending it on, having real skin in the game. Think about if you've got your cell phone out right now. Most of us in America probably know more about our cell phone plan than we do about our health care plan. I got two kids. My youngest just moved out of the teens. My youngest is now 20, my other one's 21. But I remember years ago when they were first teenagers, you know, we had to get unlimited texting, so we weren't in the poorhouse. We knew about that because we knew we followed our cell phone plan. Most Americans don't do that. So I say do things that allow us as consumers of health care to follow where our dollars are going, so we pay attention to not just our dollars, but things like diabetes and high blood pressure and other things that drive up health care costs. And then one other key thing we add, we put an incentive on our plan to help states go forward and pass lawsuit reform so that medical professionals spend their time on medicine, not on preventative medicine to avoid lawsuits. But the key in all this, it starts all with repealing Obamacare entirely. We've been talking about this for years, and let me be clear, it's not just about repealing Obamacare. I think if you really want to get the economy going at a better level than it is now, and when I talked to a couple earlier in Spartanburg, and there's a lot of people like them, like their family across this country, you know, they're hurting. They're feeling the challenge of the economy. The economy has recovered for some, but not for many in this state and across this country. And part of getting things back on the right track, part of real growth and opportunity for everyone in this country isn't about more government. It's ultimately about getting government out of the way. You repeal Obamacare. You rein in the out-of-control federal regulations that are like a wet blanket on the nation's economy. You put in place an all-of-the-above energy policy. You know, we're actually an energy-rich country. We should start acting like it. I do things like lift the crude oil export ban and approve the Keystone Pipeline on day one as well. You help people get the education and skills that they need to succeed, and then you reform the tax code and lower the tax burden both on employers, but more importantly on individuals. If we do all those things collectively, we get the government out of the way and help the people of this country create more jobs and more opportunities for all.
Governor Walker, many of our nation's cities are seeing increases in murders this year. Many people say that could be something called a Ferguson effect, namely a shifting of the equilibrium between police and offenders. Do you think a Ferguson effect is responsible for any of this crime increase, and what could be done?
Well, first off, I think when it comes to the issue, not just of police, but of race in general, there's really two different views in the world, in this country, on that. One is if you focus on division, like some in this administration has, you're going to get more division. If you focus on unity, particularly, you're going to get more of that. I think a good example we know in this state are the good people from Charleston, particularly the families of the massacred, who showed us the way of unity. I think they showed us a lesson not just here in South Carolina, but across the country and around the world, that if you focus on things to bring people together, that's what you're going to get. And so, yes, do we have an issue in this country that we have to deal with when it comes to race? Absolutely. But we shouldn't confuse that into somehow thinking that that means we shouldn't treat our law enforcement professionals as the great men and women that they are. Because you see, I got a little pushback about a week ago because I wrote a column and I talked about the fact that I raised a concern about the current president not speaking up. You see, right now, when there are men and women in uniform, and a couple weeks back I was in Harris County, Texas, where a sheriff deputy was pumping gas into his car, his squad car, and someone came up and 15 times put bullets into his head like a cold-blooded assassin. And the sheriff down there said he believed it was because that sheriff's deputy was wearing the uniform. If something like that or other things like that across this country happen, every leader we have, be it at the local level, the state level, all the way up to the President of the United States, and for that matter, anyone in the clergy and business and anywhere else needs to step up and say, that is wrong. The men and women who wear the badge are doing the right thing every day, all the time. They protect us. We need to have their back as president. They will have my back every single day.
Governor Walker, we're thrilled to bring Governor Haley back on the stage.
Scott, welcome
hey,
back
Nikki.
to South Carolina. So I have to tell you that Scott, my friend, we like to refer to him as Teflon Scott. And the reason is he had 3 elections in 4 years, if you remember, and now he's back running again. So, so we have a couple of things in common. We are both union busters. Why don't you tell us why you had 3 elections in 4 years?
Yeah, in our case, as Nikki knows, Nikki came up and campaigned with me. We had a great time up there, and I appreciate that. I appreciate not only the support politically, financially, and otherwise, but so many of you prayed for me and my family, my wife, and our 2 sons, so thank you for that. But the reason we did is because we took on the big government union bosses, we took their power, and we put it into the hands of the hardworking people. That's really what it was all about. And I'll tell you, it's interesting from our standpoint, people think it was just about unions, and it really was about a transfer of power, but it was also about reform. You see, 5 years ago in 2010, at the beginning of that year, before I was governor, a young woman named Megan Sampson in the Milwaukee Public School System was named the outstanding first-year teacher in the state. Not long after that, she was laid off. How could that be? One of the best and the brightest, one of these new teachers in an urban school district, exactly the kind of person you'd want to have anywhere in the state, let alone in the city of Milwaukee. Well, she was laid off because her old union contract, which, by the way, at that time, all the state government was controlled by a Democrat governor and Democrats in the legislature, and they cut money for schools and gave them no options. So what do they do under the union contract? Last hired, first fired. Last in, first out. One of the things people in America don't know enough about is our reforms ended all that. In Wisconsin now, because of what we did, we can hire and fire based on merit. We can pay based on performance. That means we can put the best and the brightest in our classrooms. But they came after us. They didn't much like that, Nikki. You know that well. She called me a lot and reinforced me because I had, as I mentioned, 100,000 protesters. Death threats, pushback against my legislature, pushback against our cabinet. We made it through those recalls. We made it through the re-elect. And today, what's the old adage? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. There were times when I didn't just think that was figurative. I worried a little bit along the way. But we're stronger because of that. And earlier this week on Monday, I laid out a plan to take on the big government union bosses as well as the union bosses across America, not just in Wisconsin. Something you all can relate to because you led the charge on this. But remember years ago when Boeing was initially trying to bring good jobs into this state? What was one of the entities that stood in the way? The National Labor Relations Board. Under our plan, power to the people, not the union bosses, we eliminate the National Labor Relations Board. I'm proud to say that Wisconsin joined South Carolina into being a right-to-work state, but under our plan, we have a presumption that nationally, every state will be a right-to-work state under our plan. And we eliminate the big government unions. You know why? Not just because we've had those battles, but here's why. Because it's important to you as taxpayers. You know, in the most recent year, we have statistics for 3.3 million hours of your time, taxpayers' money paid for 3.3 million hours of time of federal employees to work for union activities. That's $156 million. And I'll give you an example why that's so bad. Think about the Veterans Administration, where we've had something like 600,000 veterans waiting for health care, a critical crisis in this country. That same year, more than 250 federal employees, were working, including nurses, pharmacists, and healthcare professionals overall, were spending their time 100% on union activities. I say eliminate those unions and get those people to work helping our veterans.
Scott, because we're both, we have something else in common. We both have Republican houses and Republican Senates, and we know that sometimes you have to fight against your own Republicans. I've had to do that in my state, you've had to do that in yours. What's one fight you can tell the people here that you had to fight your own Republicans to try and make a difference in Wisconsin?
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but initially on what's now called Act 10, those big union reforms, I remember the difference between our state assembly and our state senate, where there's great people in both, but initially the state assembly was new, and so there were 27 new members who'd come in as part of a new majority, and I had joined them as the new governor. And when I came in to tell them how we were going to take on the big government union bosses, remember that movie Braveheart? It was kind of like I had the face paint on, I had the battle charge ready. They were ready to go in. When I went into the state senate, where there were good people like State Senator Scott Fitzgerald, the leader there, but there were a few of the senators who weren't quite so excited. It was like I told them their puppy had just died. It wasn't quite the same reaction. But we didn't back down. In fact, the week after the election, we went from all Democrat to all Republican control. I told them then that the voters had made a clear choice. And if we just nibbled around the edges, the voters would have every right to kick us out of office at the next election. It was an open caucus, so the headline the next day said what I said to them, but I was glad that it did. I said, it's put up or shut up time. And for us, that's what we need in Washington, someone to say, it is put up or shut up time. We sent you there for a purpose. It's time to lead this country going forward.
Everybody give it up for Teflon Scott Walker.
Our next video comes from a retired neurosurgeon and answers the question how a President Ben Carson would provide opportunity for all and favoritism to none.
Hello everyone at Heritage Action for America. I'm Ben Carson. You know, America is a place that was designed for the people. It was supposed to be of, for, and by the people. The government's role was to facilitate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the people, not for themselves. This is what I think has been forgotten. And one of the reasons that I've gotten into this fray is to see if it's possible, because I actually believe it is, to return America to the people at the pinnacle, the government there to serve the people. We need to have a government where everybody has equal opportunity. We don't give anybody special favors. Our Constitution guarantees the rights of every American citizen, but it does not guarantee extra rights or special rights for anyone. And when we can grasp that concept and not always be looking for the special treatment, I think we will go a long way toward reestablishing the kind of atmosphere that will allow America to grow once again and to thrive and to create a tide that lifts all the boats. And that is perhaps one of the things that has created the most friction and has allowed the purveyors of division and hatred to be so successful, creating a war on women and racial wars and income wars and religious wars and age wars, and basically you name it, they have a war on it. That's much more difficult to do when people feel that they are being treated fairly and equally, and that's where we need to concentrate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you for being here. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Dr. Carson, welcome, and your first question comes from Debbie.
Dr. Carson, you've had a long and esteemed career as a pediatric neurologist. As such, you've operated on babies in the womb. What has been your reaction to the Planned Parenthood videos? And what actions would you take as president to protect life?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here on my birthday. And what a great birthday present. Well, thank you. Thank you. You know, thank you. I guess the best birthday present is I heard Donald Trump had dropped out. Oh, wait a minute, that was just for today. Nah, just kidding. Actually, I think it's very important that we have all the different personalities and voices because they bring different people into the fray. People who used to sit on their hands, and we need everybody involved as long as they realize when the process is over, they need to get behind whoever the nominee is. That is a very important factor. Now, as far as Planned Parenthood is concerned, you know, my entire professional career dealt with trying to save children and provide for them quality of life. That's actually the reason that I'm in this now. And when I look at the things that they have done, and I look at their founder, Margaret Sanger, who was a eugenicist, who didn't like people who looked like me, obviously I'm not that interested in anything that she founded. You know, I want to see, you know? So, but the worst part is that the majority of Americans disagree with the tearing up of babies and the destroying of human life that this organization is engaged in. So why should their taxpayer money be used to fund that kind of activity? What happened to America? And you know, we have a president who says, if funding for that is not in there, I'm going to veto it. Well, I personally believe that Congress needs to call his bluff on that, you know? And, you know, Congress has tools also. They can defund everything. They can defund his breakfast. So, you know,
Dr. Carson, last year the California Health Department ordered all state private health care insurers to cover elective abortions, even religious institutions. A bakery in Oregon was fined hundreds of thousands of dollars for refusing to cater a gay wedding. Do you think America needs greater religious liberty protections that are currently in place?
Well, we have a Constitution, and it has a First Amendment, which protects religious rights. What was not anticipated was a judicial system that considered itself supreme to everybody else. That was the problem. And if you read the Constitution carefully, it makes it very clear that civil matters should be handled at the local or the state level. The reason for that, there was a very good reason for that, it's because the legislators and the judiciary at the state level have to respond to the people. They can be elected and they can be put out of office, but once you kick those things up to another level, then we begin to have a problem. We end up with an oligarchy, and this was never the intention. And the reason that we have a balance of powers and separation of powers is so that when one branch of the government gets out of control, the other branches are supposed to bring it back into control. And we need to start looking at some other ways to make sure that we don't continue down this pathway. And I guarantee the Congress that they do have the ability to take any kind of legislation, no matter where it came from, and to alter it in order to make sure that it's consistent with our Constitution, and that's what they should be doing.
Dr. Carson, in 2013, as the Senate was debating whether to grant illegal immigrants amnesty, you said, quote, "Of course allow illegal immigrants to have a pathway to citizenship." Last year, you suggested that those here illegally would need to leave the country in order to become guest workers. And this year, you seem to have suggested that guest worker status should be allowed for those in the country without having to leave first. What is your position on those in the country illegally, and how would you explain it to those Americans who are concerned about granting amnesty?
Okay, thank you. You know, one of the things that I've been doing is going around the country, spending a great deal of time listening. And I go to all sections of the country, every demographic, because the country is supposed to be of, for, and by the people. It's not supposed to be of and for any particular political figure or figure that's non-political like me. So I have come to the understanding, particularly after visiting the border, that we can absolutely seal our borders. There's no question about it. And all we have to do is look at what's been done successfully before. You look at what was done in Yuma County in Arizona by using a combination of the right kind of barrier and putting people there to monitor it and having a judicial system that prosecuted first-time offenders instead of a catch and release program. It was extremely effective. And we can use that along not only the southern border, but we can use a variety of things to seal all of our borders, because it's not just people from Mexico and Honduras we're worried about. It's Islamic radical jihadists who want to destroy us. We have to make sure that that's not the case. And in addition to that, if we cut off the goodies, there won't be any reason for people to try to get in here. Okay? Now, additionally, there's still going to be a group of people who are left here, and what do we do with them? I don't think it is possible to round them all up. Just the judicial system itself would be clogged up for many, many years to come. However, in talking to many farmers, they have told me that they cannot get anybody to harvest the crops and to take care of the crops. And I don't see any reason at all that we cannot have a guest worker program to get that kind of work done. Any kind of work that Americans don't want to do, we ought to have another mechanism for getting it done. But in order to be a guest worker, you have to have a pristine record. You have to sign up within a certain period of time. You have to pay a back tax penalty. You have to pay your taxes going forward. You don't get to vote, and you are not a citizen. So, additionally, I believe that we ought to be doing some of the things that allow companies to make a profit in other countries by developing them in terms of their agricultural facilities, etc., so that they can stay in their own country and be perfectly happy in doing so.
Can you give us a little bit more detail about the guest worker program? Would it be temporary? Would it be permanent? Would they be eligible for federal benefits?
Too much echo there.
Would a guest worker under your program, would that be a temporary program? Is it a permanent program? And would those guest workers be eligible for federal benefits while they're in the country?
I think those guest workers are not eligible for anything unless we, the American people, decide that we want to make them eligible for it. I think that's the way that it should work. And those are things that we can determine by questioning the people themselves. So, and that's the key point that I want to bring across, is that this country, America, is the greatest country the world has ever known. It is such an exceptional nation. And you know, before Before America came on the scene, for thousands of years, people did things the same way. Once we were on the scene, within 200 years, men were walking on the moon. And when people say we're not exceptional, they are not thinking. We are by far the most exceptional nation, and our job is to make sure that we remain an exceptional nation. And
Dr. Carson, our nation's debt picture is concerning. You yourself have noted that by some estimates, the federal government's debts accrue to $200 trillion. Yet you've also downplayed the need to address our entitlement programs, suggesting, quote, we shouldn't even talk about entitlement programs until we fix the economy. Many people feel our nation is on the verge of our own debt crisis. Dr. Carson, can we afford to delay entitlement reform before we face a catastrophic debt crisis of our own?
Well, you know, one of the things that I learned as a surgeon is that when people have complex problems, you have to address them sequentially, and it has to be in the right sequence. Otherwise, you will not have a successful outcome. Now, we have a terribly broken system right now. You know, we're not growing anymore. This is the most powerful economic engine that the world has ever known. And yet it cannot work because it has been wrapped up with chains of regulation. And they come out every month, more and more regulations. Every single regulation costs us in terms of goods and services. It costs everybody. But who does it hit disproportionately? It hits poor people disproportionately. And that's one of the things that's driving the income gap that the left is always talking about. They say you can solve that by taking all the money from the rich. No, you can solve it by stopping all these stupid regulations that are driving up the cost for everybody. And you have to recognize that, yes, we have this tremendous debt, and $18 trillion. To pay that back at $10 million a day, it would take you over 5,000 years. We're putting that on the backs of our young people, but that's not the worst part. The worst part is the fiscal gap, the unfunded liabilities that we owe. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, governmental programs versus what we expect to bring in revenues from taxes and other revenue sources. If we're fiscally responsible, those things should be almost identical. But if they're not, there's a gap. Bring that forward to today's dollars, and you're talking a fiscal gap of over $200 trillion. The only reason we can sustain that is because we can print money, because we're the reserve currency of the world, a title that generally goes with the #1 economy in the world, which we were from the 1870s until last year when China became the #1 economy. Fortunately, they don't have the infrastructure to be able to come the reserve currency right now, but they are working on it. But here we are printing money irresponsibly. We decoupled it from the gold standard in 1971. It's just based on our good name, faith, and credit, which is not very good anymore. And if we no longer can print money and we continue down this pathway, we are headed for certain destruction. And what we must do is get our fiscal house in order, get the economy rolling again, fix the tax structure so that it can be roaring, providing excellent opportunities for people. And once we have excellent opportunities for people, that's when we reform the entitlements. That way we have everybody on the same page and we're not persecuting people and making ourselves seem unfair.
Dr. Carson, do you anticipate in your first term proposing Medicare, Social Security reforms? Will you get the economy growing quickly enough that we can then move on to that next part of the sequence and reform entitlements in your first term?
There are a lot of people who say, you know, it took us years and years to get into this bad situation, and it's going to take us years and years to get out of it. I do not believe that. I believe that if we get in there and rapidly get rid of all of these horrible entitlements, and not horrible entitlements, but horrible regulations, we'll get rid of the entitlements too, but we have to do this in sequence. Get rid of the regulations, and we reform the tax system. We get rid of these horrible situations, and one of the ways that we can jumpstart the economy very quickly there's trillions of dollars, at least $2 trillion overseas, that's not being brought back here. I can remember many an afternoon sitting around boardroom tables, and a lot of people don't know, but I sat on the Kellogg board for 18 years, Costco board for 16 years. I was the chairman of the board of Vaccinogen, a biotech company. My wife and I built a national scholarship program that has won national awards. I have a lot of business experience. People think that doctors only know medicine. They're nuts, okay? But we would talk about all that money overseas and what we could do with it here, but we couldn't bring it back because the corporate tax rate was too high. Well, my suggestion, and what I would advocate if I got into office, is I would provide a 6-month hiatus of tax-free holiday so that that money could be repatriated into our shores at no cost to the American people. And my only requirement would be that 10% of it would be used to create jobs for people who are unemployed and on welfare. You want to talk about a gigantic jumpstart. That would be unbelievable. And there would be the biggest stimulus probably since the New Deal. And yet, it would be something that didn't cost our taxpayers 1 red cent. Those are the kinds of things that we have to be thinking about. That's low-hanging fruit, absolutely no reason not to do something like that. And then we have to fix the tax structure for everybody. I want something that hits everybody in a proportional way. And if that was good enough for God, that's good enough for me too. And it should be good enough for all of us.
Dr. Carson, it's an honor to invite Governor Haley back onto the stage.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and happy birthday, Dr. Carson.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I will tell you, in case you didn't know, South Carolina was named the friendliest state in the country, but you could tell when they sang you happy birthday.
Absolutely.
So they never let me down. A lot of people have watched you and they hear what a conservative you are. But will you go back and tell so many of these people actually what your upbringing was? Because you weren't always a conservative.
No. I grew up in Detroit and in Boston. I mean, you want to talk about blue places. If there was another color beyond blue, they would be that. And I grew up in that, and then I went to Yale University. My goodness, talk about liberal. And then came back to the University of Michigan, and then went to Baltimore. So I was a radical Democrat, and I believed all of the stuff that they believed, including that Republicans were horrible, racist people. And then I started listening to Ronald Reagan. And he didn't sound that way. And I said, this man does not sound like that. And then at the same time, I was seeing all these patients coming in. And they were able-bodied people, but they were completely subsumed by the welfare system. And I said, this is not working in their favor. And it's one of the things that I'm trying to get a lot of the downtrodden in our society to recognize. There are ways that you can get out of a state of dependency. Not listen to those people who are always patting you on the head and saying, there, you poor little thing, I'm gonna take care of all your needs. That's not being kind.
And I absolutely agree. In a time where we're trying to bring more people into our party, what are we not doing right, and what can we do more of?
Well, there is no question we need to listen.
That's right.
And one of the things that we do in this country is we've gotten into our respective corners and we fire hand grenades at each other. And it helps to facilitate what the left is trying to do. They're trying to divide us. They want us to think that there's a war on women, and racial wars, and income wars, and age wars, and religious wars, and they want us all to believe that we're each other's enemies, when in fact, they are the enemy. And that's what we need to understand. And we need to go out into the minority communities and show them that there is a ladder of opportunity that will bring them out of a state of dependency. And we want them to use the talents that God has given them, working hard. We want to invest in our fellow man because it is our job to take care of the downtrodden. It is not the job of the government. We can do it a lot better than they can.
So talking about different places and things, you practiced at Johns Hopkins, and so you know Baltimore. If you look at what happened in South Carolina and in Charleston, and you look at what happened there, what could have been or should have been done differently to cause a different reaction in Baltimore than what we saw?
Okay. Well, it was a story that was really missed by the media because they were looking for sensationalism, and they wanted to talk about the flag, and they wanted to talk about everything else. But in fact, the people at that church demonstrated the Spirit of God. It's the thing that made America great. And that's what we need to emphasize more in our nation. You know, the president likes to say that we're not a Judeo-Christian nation, but he doesn't get to decide what kind of nation we are. We get to decide what kind of nation we are. And I think if we apply those kind of principles in Baltimore, in Ferguson, wherever we are, reaching out to our fellow man with Christ-like attitude, I think we'll be in much better shape. And I got to tell you, I get a little bit tired of the secular progressives always trying to tell me that, you're not a good scientist, you're not a good doctor because you believe that God created the earth and stuff like this. Let me tell you, it's supposed to be live and let live. And we are, believing in God, think about this. It's on our money. It's in our founding document. Many courtrooms on the wall it says, "In God we trust." It's in every part of our fabric. If we can't talk about it, what is that? In medicine we call that schizophrenia. And we can do much better than that.
We're going a little bit over, but I want to ask just one more question. Everybody sees you as America's surgeon. Everybody wants you to be their surgeon. What do you want to say to them to make you America's president?
Well, I want America to recognize that this was not something that was on my bucket list of things to do. Okay? I was looking to retire. My wife was looking for that too. But after the prayer breakfast in 2013, so many of you begin to say that this is something that I should consider. And I finally just said, Lord, if you want me to do this, all of the pundits say it's impossible, that you can't put together an organization, you can't raise the money, which really was quite a relief to me. But I said, I said, if you want me to do it, you open the doors. And if you open the doors, I will walk through them. And as long as they stay open, I will continue to do so because I want the American people to once again be placed at the pinnacle of this society. This is where it was designed in our country, and this is what it should be. And thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, help us thank the birthday guy, Dr. Jindal.
Our next video comes from a senator from Texas and answers the question, what a Ted Cruz presidency would bring opportunity for all and favoritism to none.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Senator Ted Cruz.
Senator Cruz, welcome, and your first question will come from Debbie.
God bless the great state of South Carolina.
Senator Cruz, back in 2007, Barack Obama said he was running for president to tell the corporate lobbyists that their days of setting the agenda in Washington are over. Well, that obviously has not happened. You've spoken a lot about the so-called Washington cartel. How do you actually overcome its influence if Congress doesn't want to play along?
Well, that's a great question. You know, if you look at the Washington cartel, that's the term I use for career politicians in both parties that get in bed with the lobbyists and special interests and grow and grow and grow government. If we're going to break the Washington cartel, the only way to do it is we've got to take it on and we've got to bring power out of Washington and back to the people. And I'll say two things in regard to that. Number one, we've done it before. When was the last time we beat the Washington cartel? And I'll submit it was 1980. The Reagan Revolution. Now, the Washington cartel despised Ronald Reagan. And you look at what happened in the late 70s all across this country. Men and women came together from the grassroots. Many of the men and women here in this stadium rose up like a tidal wave and turned this country around. What my campaign is working to do is the same thing. Build a grassroots army here in South Carolina and across the country to take power out of Washington and bring it back to we the people. And let me make a final point on this. You know, if you look at the debate stage, whether in California or Cleveland, you see the candidates standing there. Suddenly everyone is standing up to the Washington cartel. Now, I think that's fabulous. They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Have you noticed that the Washington establishment, they tell us over and over again, every time they run as a conservative. They run as one of us. Not a single person on that stage in California said, "I'm a squishy establishment moderate, I stand for nothing." And yet they say if you're actually one of us, you can't win. They're convinced every person in this stadium is unelectable. If you're really a conservative, if you'll really stand up to Washington, you're unelectable. With a test I think we ought to apply to each of those men and women standing on the stages. That's great. You're adopting rhetoric today against Washington. If you want to be an outsider, fabulous. Show me where you stood and fought against career politicians in both parties.
Senator Cruz, in order to get things done, an effective president needs to have good relationships with Congress. Some reportedly say you don't have good relationships with members either of your party or the Democrat Party in Congress. What do you say to people who don't think a President Cruz can be effective given the atmosphere between you and your fellow senators?
Well, Michael, listen, I will agree with you. If you're looking for someone to go along to get along, if you think Washington is doing great, we need to keep going in the same direction, just kind of fiddle around the edges, then I ain't your guy. But I'm going to suggest to you we've had way too many Republicans whose number one virtue is, I get along great with Democrats. Right now, Republican leadership in Washington seems to be competing for who can surrender faster and more ostentatiously to Barack Obama. And you know, the premise that an effective president is someone who's bosom buddies with the opposing party, yeah, Freud's going to have a field day with that. I would take a minute and assess the presidency of Barack Obama. Listen, if you're a leftist, if you actually believe in socialism, if you believe in diminishing America, if you believe in statist control over our lives, Barack Obama has been the most successful leftist president in history. And last I checked, Barack Obama doesn't spend a whole lot of time spooning with congressional Republicans. If we're going to turn this around, we can't nominate or elect a Republican president who will simply manage the decline of this country. Just once, Republicans should nominate a candidate as committed to conservative principles as Barack Obama is to liberal principles.
Senator Cruz, several of the other campaigns have released very detailed health care plans about what to do after Obamacare is repealed. Some of them have a tax credit to help people buy health insurance. Some of them use a standard deduction. On a policy area as complicated as health care, the details matter. What are the details of your replacement for Obamacare?
Let's talk about it in two pieces, replacement for Obamacare. I want to talk first about getting rid of Obamacare and then its replacement. Now, why do I start with getting rid of Obamacare? Look, we've had 3 elections since Barack Obama was elected. 2 of them, 2010 and 2014, the number one issue was repealing Obamacare, and we won historic tidal wave landmark elections. In between the middle election, 2012, we sought out and nominated the one person on the planet who had actually designed and implemented a plan just like Obamacare. Literally, there are 7 billion people on the face of planet Earth. We could have walked up to anyone, we could have said, "Sir, have you designed and implemented a plan like Obamacare?" "No, you're our guy." And in 2012, we got clobbered. Now, what's happening in 2016? You know, if you look at that stage in California, those 11 candidates there, most of them never utter the words Obamacare. I promise you, if you do not campaign on repealing Obamacare, you ain't gonna repeal Obamacare. The only way we repeal it is if we take on the Washington cartel. I intend to make 2016 a referendum on repealing every word of Obamacare and adopting a simple flat tax. And that's how you break the Washington cartel. It's how you repeal Obamacare, is you come out of 2016 with a mandate from the people. How do you change the incentives of politicians in Washington? You know, there's an old joke that politics is Hollywood for ugly people. My wife says I resemble that remark. The way you break the cartel is you make it politically more risky for elected politicians to do the wrong thing than it is to do the right thing. We make this election a referendum.
Senator Cruz, can we talk about the details of your
I don't want to miss your question, Michael, so let me get to that. But it's important to start with that predicate because most of the other candidates aren't willing to fight the fight to repeal Obamacare. Now, once we repeal it, we absolutely need common sense health care reform. It needs to expand competition, it needs to empower patients, and it needs to disempower government bureaucrats from getting in between us and our doctors. And let me give 3 specific policy proposals that reflect those principles. Number 1, we need to allow people to purchase health insurance across state lines. That creates a true 50-state national marketplace. It drives down costs. If you want more access, you want more choice and lower costs. What does Obamacare do? It's less choice and higher costs. Secondly, we need to expand health savings account so people can save in a tax-advantaged way for health care needs. And third, we need to make health insurance portable so if you lose your job, it goes with you from job to job to job.
Senator Cruz, let me ask you specifically about the tax credit proposal that some have put out there. Some conservatives, some Republicans, but think that we need a refundable tax credit to help Americans buy health insurance. Do you support a refundable tax credit as part of a replacement to Obamacare?
Michael, as you know, there have been a lot of ideas put forth by think tanks, by various thinkers in terms of replacements and tax credits. I'm open to considering using the tax code as long as it's consistent with those principles that I laid out, empowering patients. I want the person picking your doctor to be you and not a government bureaucrat.
Senator Cruz, on Wednesday night you said that you regretted your support of John Roberts' confirmation to the Supreme Court. We all know it can be difficult to identify and appoint judges to that court, and so one of your proposals is to have judicial retention elections as a check on those permanent appointments. Wouldn't an idea like this politicize the judiciary? Wouldn't it make them unlikely to go against majoritarian impulses?
Oh, listen, I wish it were the case that we didn't need fundamental reform of the court. If the justices were doing their jobs, if they were following the law, you wouldn't need fundamental reform, something like judicial reelection. But if you have judges behaving like politicians, making policy decisions that they have no authority under the Constitution to do, then they cannot expect to be exempt from the authority of we the people. And Michael, let me expand on this point as well, because this is a great illustration. Think about the debate this week in California. If you asked all 11 candidates, what kind of judges will you appoint to the court? Every one of them would stand up and say, I will appoint strict constructionists who won't legislate from the bench. They'll say that word for word. Those are the talking points every one of their campaigns has given them. Every Republican has said that for 40 years. Let's look at the record. You know, Democrats have batted almost 1,000 when it comes to Supreme Court nominees. Every Supreme Court nominee they put forward votes like a radical leftist nutcase. Republicans, we bat about 500. About half of Republican Supreme Court justices actually honor their oaths and defend the Constitution. The other half are screaming train wreck disasters. Earl Warren was a Republican nominee. Bill Brennan was a Republican nominee. John Paul Stevens, David Souter, Harry Blackmun, who authored Roe versus Wade, was a Republican nominee. If you remember the old Pogo cartoon, we have met the enemy, and they is us. It's important to understand how that happens. I mentioned in the debate 2 moments in time that were particularly important. Number one, in 1990, George Herbert Walker Bush had in one room David Souter, and in another room, Edith Jones, the rock-ribbed conservative on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. George Herbert Walker Bush picked David Souter. Fast forward 15 years to 2005, George W. Bush had in one room John Roberts. And in another room, my former boss, Mike Ludig, the rock-ribbed conservative on the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, a man who was Justice Scalia's very first law clerk. George W. Bush picked John Roberts. Now, it's worth understanding why they did it. It's not that they were secretly desiring, I want some big government liberal. It's that both David Souter and John Roberts, they didn't have a paper trail. They'd lived their whole lives, they've never written or said anything to prove they were a conservative, and both President Bushes said, gosh, if we nominate a conservative, we'll have a fight. The Democrats will oppose us, the media will criticize us, and Republicans will get nervous. So let's nominate someone who's never said or done anything to prove they're a conservative. Every time we do that, we get burned.
Senator Cruz.
And I'm going to suggest to you the difference between me and the other very, very fine men and women who are running for president is when push comes to shove, when it comes to the moment to make the decision, whether it is really taking on Obamacare, whether it is standing up to amnesty, whether it is actually defunding Planned Parenthood, or whether it is standing up and putting a principled conservative jurist on the Supreme Court, the difference between me and the other candidates is that I'm going to do what I told you I would do.
Senator Cruz, would it be fair to characterize your position then that because the left has politicized the American judiciary, we should respond in kind? And isn't that throwing in the towel on a pretty important part of the constitutional separation of powers in this country?
Michael, let's be clear. We shouldn't politicize the judiciary. Let me give an example. I'll give an example of a policy matter I care passionately about. School choice. School choice is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. We ought to be willing to fight and to go into every African American community, every Hispanic community, and say every child in America has a right to a quality education regardless of race, ethnicity, wealth, or zip code. Now, Michael, I've fought for that as a United States Senator. If I'm president, we have never seen a president fight for school choice the way that I will. But let me be perfectly clear. No Supreme Court should issue a ruling demanding school choice in every school in America. I agree with that policy position, but the place to advance that policy position is in the elected legislatures that are accountable to the people. No, our judges shouldn't be political. They should follow the Constitution.
Senator Cruz, I'm pleased to bring Governor Haley back onto the stage.
Thank you. Welcome, Senator Cruz, back to South Carolina. We welcome you.
It's a great day to be in South Carolina.
It is a great day in South Carolina. Well, I know we've had lots of fun things to talk about, but I want to go back to the fact that your family immigrated from Cuba. Mm-hmm. And this president has dramatically changed the relationship that the United States has with Cuba. What would that relationship look like under President Cruz?
Well, Governor, you're right, and what Obama has done with Cuba is actually consistent with what he's done with respect to enemies of the United States across this country. For 6.5 years, we've abandoned and alienated our friends and allies. Whether it was the United Kingdom by sending Churchill's bust back right when Obama got elected, or whether it is Israel, with this administration being the most anti-Israel administration in the history of this country. As a foreign minister of a senior ally of ours said to me, it's hard to be friends with America under this president. But at the same time, this president responds to enemies of America with weakness and appeasement, whether it is Putin, whether it is ISIS, whether it is Iran, or whether it is Fidel and Raul Castro in Cuba. What Obama's Cuba deal does is sends billions of dollars to two communist dictators that are oppressing their citizens, that are exporting terrorism across Latin America, and that are 90 miles off the coast of America. If I'm elected president, on the day I'm sworn into office, every two-bit dictator across the globe will know that the days of apologizing for America, the days of bowing and scraping to dictators, that the days of appeasing radical Islamic terrorists are over. It is worth remembering that Iran released our hostages the day Ronald Reagan was sworn into office. And if I'm elected, the world will know America is back.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Senator Ted Cruz.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a 25-minute break. Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, I guess you just did, and we'll get back in 25 minutes. Thank y'all.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage our moderator, Chief Executive Officer of Heritage Action for America, Mike Needham.
Who's having a good time? So what do you think? Should we keep going? All right. Our next video comes from a former senator from Pennsylvania and answers the question, what would Rick Santorum's presidency do to bring opportunity for all and favoritism to none?
I grew up in western Pennsylvania in a steel town. I saw how that steel town and the businesses supporting it were shuttered during the 1970s because of poor leadership in business, labor, and yes, in government. Today, things should be better. With technology and lower oil prices, we should be booming, and American workers should be doing well, but they're not. And the reason they're not this time is primarily government. You see on the left, you have Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, and they want to increase the size of government, make it harder for businesses to do well here, and then flood our country with both legal and illegal immigrants to hold down wages for working Americans. On the other side, you have folks who are more interested in helping businesses be profitable than helping workers provide for their family. We need somebody who is going to work for you, the American worker. And that's why I'm running for president. I've introduced a 2020 Perfect Vision for America plan. It's a 20% tax on individual income, a 20% tax on corporate income and dividends and capital gains. In other words, everybody pays 20%. No special tax breaks. No lobbyist provisions that are in there to make the wealthy pay less. Everybody gets treated fairly and the same. And everybody gets a fair shot at rising in America. And when you pair that with a repeal of every job-crushing regulation that Barack Obama has put in place, including a repeal of Obamacare and all of the environmental regulations that have stifled this manufacturing economy, we're going to put America back to work. And we won't bring in waves of legal and illegal immigrants to compete against hardworking Americans. Someone has to step forward and be for you. Earlier this year, I announced for president from a factory floor in western Pennsylvania. I did it because I wanted to make a point. You elect me, I will make America the #1 manufacturing country in the world again. I'll put Americans back to work, and those jobs will be better paying jobs that will support you and your family. With your help, we can take back America.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Senator Rick Santorum.
Thanks for being here. Senator Santorum, thanks for being here. Your first question comes from Heather.
Hello, Heather.
Senator, you've argued that Washington Republicans care too much about the bottom lines of the donor class and not enough about the needs of working families. What exactly is blue-collar conservatism, and how can it compete with the agenda of the donor class in Washington?
Yeah, in fact, Peggy Newton actually talked about that today in an article in the Wall Street Journal, how the Republican Party sort of sold its soul 35 years ago after Reagan, or 25 years ago after Reagan, and started saddling up with the folks in Washington, D.C., and forgetting that the Republican Party is the party of working men and women, people who want to be able to rise in society. It's not the party of the fat cats. If it ever was, it certainly isn't today. 90% of workers in America don't own their own business. They aren't running big corporations. They're hardworking people who want to get out there and make a difference for themselves and their families. They love America just like you love America, and they're looking for a party that lays out a vision. I always say, you know what people's favorite word is? I think I know what everybody in this room's favorite word is. You know what it is? It's your name. And unfortunately, for the last 20 plus years, we have been painting a picture of America, of what we want to do to make things happen, and we aren't including the names of most of America. We talk about cutting taxes. I'm for. I just mentioned a 20% flat tax. That's cutting taxes, ladies and gentlemen. A 20% flat tax with no corporate giveaways in that flat tax proposal. But that's not enough. I wrote in my book, Blue Collar Conservative, that a rising tide lifts all boats. But in America today, we have millions and millions of people with holes in their boats. And so when that tide goes up, if we're not talking about how we're going to put them to work, if we're not talking about how we're going to create opportunities for working Americans, if we're not talking about stopping a wave of legal and illegal immigrants who are undermining the ability for people to get good paying jobs, then we're not talking to working men and women in this country. There's a reason for the anger. Wages have flatlined over the last 25 years. Less than a nickel an hour per year, wages have gone up. And what have we done? We brought in waves of immigrants. 35 million over the last 20 years. 35 million immigrants over more than any 20-year period in the history of our country. And what's happened? Yes, they've suppressed wages, and since the year 2000, there have been 5.7 million net new jobs created between 2000 and 2014. And guess what? What percentage of those net new jobs are held by people who were not born in this country? The answer, all of them. All of them have been held by people who weren't born here. Are we going to be the party of the corporate interests that say, open up those borders to keep our wages down so we can keep our profits up? Are we going to be the party like the Democrats that say, bring those people in because they're going to vote for us? We don't really care what they do to working men and women. Are we going to be the party that says, we're for you, the American worker?
Senator Santorum, in the past you've supported steel tariffs. You've also supported Davis-Bacon prevailing wage laws, which in some cities cause unionized workers to use it over 50% the market rate for labor. What would you say to critics that say this is just government playing favorites in the economy?
Well, I know there's a lot of things that I look at. I mean, as I mentioned the other day about both minimum wage, look at the XM Bank. I know that's a very popular issue with the Heritage Foundation, and I'm on the other side. I'm on the other side because I believe we want to make America the #1 manufacturing country in the world. We just saw, anybody for that? Anybody for making America the #1 manufacturer? I know your governor is, because your governor has laser beam focus on creating manufacturing jobs in this state. And guess what? We just lost some here in South Carolina and in Texas because GE just moved 500 jobs because they didn't have XM financing for a project that was going to be partly sourced here in South Carolina. Now, I will tell you, GE isn't going to lose any money. You can say, well, it was corporate welfare, the XM Bank's corporate welfare. GE is not going to lose a penny. GE is going to make the same amount of money making their product in China, Hungary, and France. You know who's going to lose money? American workers. We're going to be the only country in the world that exports any amount of product that is not going to have an ability to help our manufacturers compete financially. Now, you can say it's big government, you can say whatever you want to say. I say it's tying American workers' hands behind their back. American workers can compete with anybody. It just needs government to either get out of the way or lend a helping hand, and that's what I'm for.
Senator Santorum, our next question comes from Twitter, and it has to do with the border and the threat of radical Islamic terrorism. The question is, what is your plan for protecting all U.S. borders from threats of radicals and terrorists such as ISIS? And maybe as part of this answer, could you talk about the humanitarian crisis that's currently going on in Europe?
The border in America is unsafe, not just because we're bringing people across this country that are, as I mentioned before, that are competing with American workers. You know, I think an immigration policy, how about this for an idea? I think an immigration policy should be focused on not what are we going to do with the illegal immigrants and how are we going to get rid of them and how are we going to deal with this problem, but the immigration solution and system should be focused on how do we help America and American workers. What do you think about that? Well, we start with the border. Because not only do we have people coming across who are working, we also have people coming across who are committing crimes and are running drugs and human trafficking and a whole host of other things. I introduced a border security bill 10 years ago that said we needed to build fences, walls. Now, I can build good walls too, by the way. Just like the other guy said, I can build a good wall too. And we'll build good walls and good fences. We'll put border security in place. We'll put technology in place. We will secure the border. But ladies and gentlemen, half the people who are here illegally are here because they overstayed their visa. They came into this country legally and they didn't go home like they promised. We know every one of those names. We just have a policy in this country. The policy is we aren't going to ask you to leave anymore. We're going to let you stay. Half the people, roughly. We can identify them and ask them to leave and, in fact, enforce the laws. This is simply a matter of having a president who's willing to enforce the law and not opening up our borders to people who could potentially be harmful. Do you know since 9/11, the number of people coming to this country legally from countries that have very bad records of terrorism, particularly Muslim terrorism, since 9/11, the rate of immigrants from those countries has doubled. You would think after 9/11, maybe we'd be a little circumspect about bringing people in from potentially terrorist countries. But no, it's doubled. Do you know what the Syrian refugee, which Mike just asked me about? Do you realize that the Obama administration has brought Syrians over here in the past? In fact, do you know that 70% of all refugees that have been resettled by the United Nations have been resettled where? The United States of America. And the president's out there trying to make us feel bad that we need to take more. Ladies and gentlemen, America is a great and generous country. But what this president has done with Syrian refugees, do you realize the last group, about 7,000? Do you realize all of them were Muslims? Every single one. Now, I have nothing against bringing Muslims into this country, but why from Syria did we bring in no Christians who are being persecuted more than Muslims are in Syria?
Senator, you've been a critic of...
And I would just say one other thing. If the president wants to bring 10,000 in, then I would just say to the president, you tell us who those 10,000 are. You tell us what the breakdown is of religions. There's a lot of religions that are being persecuted in Syria, and they should have a home here in the United States, just like everybody else that they want to bring over.
Senator, you've been a critic of President Obama's education policies, in particular dealing with college tuition. Do you have specific plans that would drive down the cost of college and technical training?
You know, this is one of the, this is personal. We have 7 kids. I have two of my kids. One who's not here. He had parade at the Citadel and couldn't quite make it in time for me to be here. But I have 2 boys at the Citadel who are very proud Citadel dad. But this is personal. I pay out-of-state tuition at the Citadel. Okay? That's a lot of money, just for your information. So I am subsidizing big time. And look, college education is, here's what I know. There are 2 areas of the economy that have grown faster than the rate of inflation over the last 30 or 40 years. Anybody know what they are? Education and higher education and healthcare. What do they have in common? The government. The government heavily subsidizes, so we have no incentive on the part of higher education or the medical community to save money. And so the answer is not pumping more money into the system. I have, like I said, 7 children. I'm encouraging them. Spend a couple years at community college, right? Help dad out a little bit here, right? Spend some time, maybe just working a little bit before you go to college and decide what you want to do. I think the only way that we're going to solve this problem, I mean, you can talk about, we can try to constrain the student loan program. I'll tell you one thing I would do. The student loan program under the Clinton administration was shifted over, and then eventually by Obama completely shifted over to a government-run program. I would put it back in the private sector, get the government out of this business, and have private sector oversight over these loans. And the second thing I would do, look, one of the most powerful tools a president has is the bully pulpit. And encouraging people to be as cautious in spending their money on education as they are on everything else. We have kids now today coming out with $50, $100, some cases $200,000 in loans with no ability to pay them back. They're talking about the next bubble being the student loan bubble. Part of that is because we have the bully pulpit, the president encourage everybody should go to college. And here we're going to make more money available. It's not the right thing for a lot of kids, and we need to give them some leadership and some guidance about, like I'm telling my kids, take some time off, go to community college. You can go to a 4-year school later. That's the kind of common sense leadership that this country needs.
Senator Santorum, you've been a vocal critic of the Federal Reserve's quantitative easing policies, which have the impact of reducing the impact of an American paycheck. Yet in recent years, one of the biggest burdens on the American family has been the cost of food. And policies that you've supported, like the renewable fuel standard, actually have the impact of increasing the price of food. How do you reconcile these two positions?
Yeah, I would say that I have been critical of the Fed, and I have been critical of quantitative easing, and because what quantitative easing does is basically give government a blank check to continue to spend, continue to borrow, because there's basically no cost associated with borrowing. If we were paying standard interest rates right now, we'd be bankrupt. I mean, we'd be even more bankrupt than we are today. We couldn't afford our interest payments. So yes, I've been very critical of the Fed because I think that's an irresponsible policy. I would argue with you that the RFS, which is the Renewable Fuel Standards, has done what you suggested. I mean, corn prices right now are about $3.70 a bushel. If you campaign in Iowa, you know what the price of corn is. And that's not driving food prices up. There was a period of time when there was a transition, but here's what I tell you what's done, is it's taken an agricultural economy that was heavily dependent on subsidies. Agriculture, whether it was corn or soybeans or cotton or wheat, a whole host of other crops, which were dependent upon government subsidies. Now those subsidies are gone. And by the way, I was on the Ag Committee, and I fought and personally eliminated a couple of them, like the peanut program, which I was out to abolish. Why? Because the government shouldn't be out there trying to push a cheap food policy and keeping farm prices low by subsidies. So we got rid of subsidies. We put in place a policy that allows market access for a fuel that the oil companies don't want to use. And what's happened? Agriculture has had the best years. We haven't spent a penny on federal subsidies, and the agricultural economy has grown. And now, once the farmers got things in sync, they're actually producing for the right amount for all the different needs of all the different products, and food prices at the farm level have actually settled down back to almost where they were before. So I think it's actually been a successful policy, and I think it will be a strong policy going forward.
Now pleased to welcome back to the stage Governor Nikki Haley.
Hello, Governor.
Welcome back to South Carolina. I keep telling
the #1 manufacturing governor in America right here. She's doing a great job. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. And I keep telling Senator Santorum if he's got 2 kids at the Citadel, he just needs to move here. So I'm still going to wait until you move to South Carolina.
I've got a brother who lives here.
Well, there you go.
I've got a niece at Carolina, so I'm pretty invested here in the state of South
Carolina. We're going to get him here yet.
And my son's girlfriend, who's actually here, went to Clemson. So there you go.
Go Tigers!
How about that? I'm covered.
So I want to ask you this question because I think this has been this long-going conversation that we've had for a long time. You were actually a champion many years ago for Social Security reform for President Bush.
With Jim DeMint.
And the problem is, if you look back then, we had a Republican House and a Republican Senate. What happened, and what do we do to stop having these conversations when it's our own majorities that are not helping us get it through?
That's a great conversation, and I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Jim DeMint because Jim and I We had actually, the first time I recall, and I don't know if they had one since, we actually had structured formal debates on the floor of the United States Senate in 2005, once President Bush called for a reform of the Social Security system. Jim and I were the two Republicans. It was Dick Durbin and Ron Wyden were the two Democrats, and we went out and had a formal debates about how to reform the Social Security system. So you had a great leader, and he's still, obviously, if he's here, Jim's here, you still have a great leader in Washington with Jim DeMint. But you're right, Nikki, the president went out there and said we need to reform Social Security, but didn't really follow up with much of a plan. And Jim and I went out there and we put our ideas out on the table, and it didn't go very far. Here's the problem, Governor. The problem with Social Security is it's simple. It's a simple problem. We have revenues here and we have expenditures going here. And the revenues are all Social Security taxes, and the expenses are all benefits that go to seniors primarily, and some for people with disabilities. And if you have to bring these two lines together. If not, within about 10 years, we're only going to pay about 77 cents on the dollar. That's all the money that'll be coming in to pay. And so we've got to bring these two lines together. Let me ask, there's a good crowd here. It's a good cross-section of America. How many people are for raising Social Security taxes? Raise your hand. Right, okay. How many people are for cutting Social Security benefits? Raise your hand. Okay. Now, this is a pretty conservative crowd. I don't see a whole lot of hands. So here's the problem. Nobody wants to do either of these things to bring them together. That's the problem. And it's a simple problem because you got to do one or the other. And people are going to feel it one way or the other. That's why I always think, I give Jim a lot of credit, and frankly, for me to be able to step out there and put some solutions. Let me just real quickly give you one.
Got time, go ahead.
Okay, one solution. When Social Security was put in place in 1936, what was life expectancy? 61. And they set the eligibility age at 65. Today, life expectancy is 78, and I'm told the actuaries are actually changing the tables because they've done a recalibration. It's going to go up about 2 years, they're telling me. It's going to go up to about 80 life expectancy because they've actually recalculated how long people are living. So, and what's the eligibility age? 66. In fact, when you hit 66, life expectancy for any of you who just turned 66 is another 20 years. Social Security wasn't built for that. And so what do we do? Well, what I've suggested is that we adjust the eligibility age and have it track with life expectancy. So as life expectancy goes up, which normally is about 1 month every 2 years, then the eligibility age will go up. What does that do? That means that every generation of future seniors will have the same time on Social Security as the previous generation. That will solve, anybody ever, you like that idea? What do you think? I mean, that's one starter. And now the other second thing is, and others have talked about this, is we have a lot of wealthy seniors, and I'm talking about really wealthy seniors, who should not get a full Social Security benefit. That can take a little less in Social Security and help everybody else who's paying the taxes right now. Those would be the two things that I would talk about.
A lot of, when you run for president, you have to deal with a lot of controversial issues. One thing, again, that you've been consistent on is you've fought against the Iranian regime for a very long time.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Looking at where we are now, again, majority Republican House, Republican Senate, what do you think the first thing is that you do under President Santorum?
Governor Haley's right. Those sanctions that were put on Iran, I was the author of those sanctions back in 2004, 5, and 6, and we, thank you. We got a pretty good track record of doing bipartisan things that are conservative. My only failing was I wish we'd have gotten tougher sanctions, but I had to compromise. But it was a good compromise because we did put sanctions in. They weren't as tough as I wanted, but we did put sanctions in. See, that's the difference between a good compromise and a bad compromise. A good compromise is doing less of a good thing. A bad compromise is doing less of a bad thing. We only want to do less of good things, no more less of bad things in Washington, D.C. And so when it comes to Iran, we should not be compromising at all. This is a regime that practices a form of Islam that's called apocalyptic Islam. They are convinced and committed to the belief that the end of the world is coming soon, and they have a role to play in that. They believe that they can hasten the return of their Redeemer, their Savior, in radical Shia Islam. It's new, it's a new version of Islam, it's a twisted version that the Ayatollah Khomeini came up with. And they are committed to bringing about this return of the 12th Imam. Now, many of you have probably never heard this before. That's because your leaders aren't telling you the truth about the nature of the enemy we face. I've been studying and working on the issue of stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon for a dozen years. The Iranians know who I am, and I know who they are. In 1980, the Soviet Union, and Iran for that matter, knew there was a new sheriff in town, and immediately behavior started to change. Why? Because they knew who Ronald Reagan was, and Ronald Reagan knew who they were. You want to change things in the world community? You elect someone with experience, who has a track record, who has fought, who has, and will say on day one, Iran, you either open up all of these nuclear facilities for inspection by the United States of America and anyone else we choose to inspect, or else, and the else means not just a snapback of sanctions, but I have no doubt they will have violated this agreement. They will be in very close to a nuclear weapon. And so what I have said, and I will say it clearly to the Iranians, we will take out these facilities unless you allow us to inspect them and you begin the dismantling of those facilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, help me thank our honorary South Carolinian, Senator Rick Santorum.
Absolutely. Our next video comes from a senator from Florida and answers the question how a Marco Rubio presidency would provide opportunity for all and favoritism to none.
You know, both of my parents were born into poor families on the island of Cuba. They came to America because it was the only place where people like them could have a chance. Here in this country, they never made it big, but the very purpose of their life was to give us the chance to do all the things they never could. My father was a bartender. And the journey from the back of that bar to this stage tonight, to me, that's the essence of the American dream. I run for president because I believe that we can't just save the American dream, we can expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before.
My parents achieved what came to be known as the American dream. The problem is now too many Americans are starting to doubt whether achieving that dream is still possible. Hard-working families that are living paycheck to paycheck. Young Americans unable to start a career or a business or a family because they owe thousands of dollars in student loans for degrees that did not even lead to jobs. And small business owners who are left to struggle under the weight of more taxes, more regulation, and more government. Why is this happening?
That is the difference. That is our opportunity to speak to the hearts and minds and hopes and dreams of millions of Americans who want to believe and still believe that America can be greater.
They just need leaders to show the way. That is our opportunity, and only our party can provide it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Senator Marco Rubio.
Thanks for being here.
Have tough questions for me? All right, good. Thank you.
Senator Rubio, your first
There's a lot of people here. Wow.
Your first question will come from Debbie.
All right. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Senator Rubio. Hillary Clinton says we need more government subsidies and control to address the growing cost of higher education. And often it seems like the right is afraid to challenge that approach. How do you propose to address this issue?
Well, let's challenge it tonight, right here with you. And I'll tell you, first of all, our higher education system is completely outdated. Completely outdated. It's basically a monopoly. If you want to get a degree, you can only get a degree from a school that's traditionally accredited. What that means is these traditional colleges, and by the way, I have nothing against traditional college, otherwise, how would we have college football? So, but, go Gators, that's right. I got in trouble this week over that. I know. Hey, Spurrier's a Gator, if you're from South Carolina. Anyway, but here's the problem. The problem is that who accredits these colleges? Themselves. And they use the power of accreditation to keep out any competitive innovators that may come into the space. So here's what we need to do. Number one, some of the best paying jobs of the 21st century require more than high school, but less than 4 years of college. And we stopped teaching people to do this work. At some point in our country's history, we started telling our kids that being a welder or an airplane mechanic, that was for the kids who weren't smart enough to go to college. That is a lie. I'll tell you this right now because it's a fact. Here's the facts. A welder makes a lot more money than a Greek philosopher. And so the first thing we need to do is open up higher education to more vocational training. And that means people as young as 15, 16 years of age. They've decided they want to work with their hands for a living so they can actually have a job when they graduate. We should allow them to begin to receive that training so that when they graduate, they have a high school diploma and they're industry certified and ready to work. The second thing we need to do is we need to provide competition to traditional higher education. So imagine for a moment a single mother. Maybe you know her, maybe it's you, so you don't even have to imagine. And you make $13 an hour as a receptionist at a law office. The only way you are ever going to get a raise is if you can go back to school to become a paralegal or a dental hygienist. But you can't go back to school because the traditional schools require you to quit your work and sit in a classroom for 2 to 4 years. But imagine if there was an alternative to that gave you credit for what you've already learned in life, in work experience, in military experience, and then allowed you to learn the rest, whatever you're missing, from a combination of different sources, including free online coursework. That's what Mike Lee and I and others are working on, is providing an alternative accrediting model that will open up competition so people facing those circumstances can become a paralegal, and instead of making $14 an hour, they're making $60,000 a year. Here's the third thing. As I said, we're still going to have traditional four-year colleges, but we cannot continue to graduate people in this country with degrees that do not lead to jobs. I feel very passionate about that. I myself owed over $100,000 in student loans when I became a senator. I still owed it. I was able to pay it off with the proceeds of my book, An American Son, now available on paperback. And, it really is. I'm not joking. It's available on paperback. But here's what I believe. Before you take out a student loan, schools should have to tell you, this is how much people make when they graduate from our school with that degree. So you can decide if it's worth borrowing $50,000 to major in Roman philosophy, because the market for Roman philosophers has dramatically tightened over the last 2,000 years. And so, in closing, what do the Democrats propose? Pouring more money into the same system. Pouring more of your money into the same system, as if somehow if we poured more money into it, it would work better. What I propose, what Heritage has proposed, is a new system. Revolutionize the system, modernize the system, and allow it to be about the people, not about the schools. Allow it to be about the students, not about the institutions, so that people have the skills they need to compete and succeed in the 21st century.
Senator Rubio, let's stay on the theme of pouring money into a failing system. You said last month that the time for personal accounts and Social Security, quote, has passed. A recent study by the Heritage Foundation finds that an average wage-earning male who reaches age 65 this year will receive fewer than 92 cents for every dollar paid into that system. By 2030, it'll be down to 83 cents. Why should we be pouring more money into a failing Social Security system that gives a negative rate of return rather than truly empowering Americans with
I just think politically it's going to be very difficult to achieve that or to pass it. But I still feel we need to do something about it very strongly. Let me begin by saying this. I am from Florida. You may not know this, but there are a lot of people on Social Security and Medicare in Florida. One of them is my mother. I am against anything that's bad for my mother, okay? But here's the fact. The fact is Social Security and Medicare are going bankrupt. In fact, the Social Security Trust Fund on Disability goes bankrupt, I believe, in about a year and a half or sooner. And then from there it gets worse. So here's the bottom line. Anyone who tells you, I want to leave it exactly the way it is, they're in favor of bankrupting it. And anyone who tells you we don't have to make any changes is a liar. They're lying. We do. If we want to save these programs. Here's the great news. We can save Social Security and Medicare, in the process help balance our budget, and we don't have to change anything for the people like my mother that are retired now or are about to retire. But here's what it will mean. People like me, I'm 44, but after the debate on Wednesday, I feel 45. It went really long. People like me, my Social Security and Medicare is going to look different than my parents'. That is a fact. It either will not exist or it will look different. And what does that mean? I may have to retire a year later than my parents did. If I've been financially successful, my benefits may not grow as fast as their Social Security benefits grew. My Medicare could very well be the option of taking my Medicare money and using it to buy a private plan that I like better. These are not unreasonable changes, and if we make them, we can save these programs for future generations, help balance our budget, and not have to make any changes to the people that are on it now. If we don't, they go bankrupt, and so does our country.
Senator Rubio, 16 years after Hillary Care failed in 1994, Democrats went back and they passed Obamacare. President Bush knew that personal accounts and Social Security would be a tough fight. It was a fight that conservative lost. Why shouldn't we go in a Marco Rubio administration and fight for personal accounts and Social Security?
Well, again, I just think that I want to save these programs, and every year that goes by, it gets harder and harder to do it. And I believe, just reading the politics of the situation, including where many people are in our own party, we don't have time to argue this for the next 10 years. Maybe future leaders, or at some point in the next few years, people will be more open to it. I personally believe that we need to deal with this issue quickly. Look, when I was elected in 2010 to the U.S. Senate, I think the debt was about $14 or $15 trillion. If you had told me 5 years will pass and nothing will happen on the debt and nothing will happen on entitlement reform, I would have said that's impossible. At some point, someone will be reasonable about it. Well, nothing has happened. And in fact, we are weeks away from raising the debt limit once again. So there's a sense of urgency that I have about this issue. No one's talking about the debt anymore. It's like, oh, we only have a $400 billion deficit this year. It's still a deficit, and it spikes in the years to come. So I just have a sense of urgency about addressing this as quickly as possible, and I honestly believe that the way I've outlined has a bigger chance of success early on. I don't think we can afford to wait 8 to 10 more years to address it, or we're going to have a debt crisis. And if we have a debt crisis, you're not growing your economy, you won't even be able to provide for our national security. And it's not a question of when we will have a debt crisis, if we will have a debt crisis, it is a question of when. It is the most predictable crisis in American history. It is self-inflicted, and nothing is happening about an $18 trillion debt that will be $20 trillion by the time a new president swears in. So we've got to deal with this as soon as possible, and I just think the way I've outlined gives us a better chance to do it.
Senator, our next question comes from Twitter, and it's about America's position in the world. The Obama administration says it leads from behind. How do we restore American leadership in the world?
Well, first of all, you restore American leadership by having the most powerful military in the world. And Washington is destroying our military. And I wish I could say it was just Democrats, but it isn't. Republicans voted for that sequester deal. And here's what's sad about it. I didn't vote for it, but I'll tell you what's so sad about it. It does nothing to balance our budget. Nothing. The cause of our debt is not our military spending. And yet we are eviscerating it. We are on pace to have the smallest and the oldest Navy and Air Force in the world, the smallest in our history, the smallest Army in a long time. These are serious challenges at a time when the world has gone nuts. As I said the other night, there is a lunatic in North Korea with dozens of nuclear weapons. The Chinese are taking over the South China Sea. The Russians are trying to divide NATO. Radical jihadists are in dozens of countries across multiple continents. Iran is also going to acquire a nuclear weapon. And we're reducing our military? And quantity matters. We have great aircraft carriers, but we need more of them because they can't be in 2 places at once. And so we must restore military spending. Otherwise, we are going to fall behind and be unable to meet the threats of our time, and we won't be able to live up to our promise that we make our men and women in uniform. And that is, if we ever engage you in combat, you will be better trained and better equipped than any adversary you will ever face. We won't be able to meet that if we continue this. We also have to keep our promise to our veterans when they come back home. We need a VA that cares more about our veterans than about the bureaucrats that run it. And we need a foreign policy of moral clarity. What does moral clarity mean? Here's what it means. We are reliable to our allies, and our adversaries do not dare test us. I only bring that up because today we have the direct opposite. Is there a better example of it than the state of Israel? Israel is the only pro-American free enterprise democracy in the entire Middle East. There's only one. We treat the Prime Minister of Israel with less respect under this president than we do the radical Shia cleric, the Ayatollah of Iran. That's unacceptable.
Senator Rubio, you've called out, quote, big companies that have connections with Washington because they can affect policies to help themselves. Many would consider sugar subsidies, which you've supported, to be the type of favoritism that you generally reject. Can you explain your position?
Yeah, I'm ready to get rid of them, as long as Brazil does as well, because they're trying to destroy our agricultural system. In essence, they are deliberately undercutting the price of their agriculture, not just sugar, citrus. Why? Because if they can wipe out American farmers, they know that land will be developed. Once they build condos on this land, you can never get it back into agriculture. Now they control the citrus market, now they control the sugar market, then they can charge us anything they want. It's kind of what's happening with oil now with Saudi Arabia. They are overproducing so they can cut the price of oil because they know we can't export oil, so all we can do is sell to ourselves, and because of our own laws, by the way, not because the world won't buy it. And once they can knock out all of these people that explore for oil and natural gas, especially oil, then they control the marketplace again. Agriculture is critically important. They don't just do this, but Brazil in particular does it to those two industries. I am prepared to get rid of that when it comes to trade with any country we have a free trade agreement with. And I'm prepared to pass a law right now that says when Brazil gets rid of its subsidies, we will immediately and automatically get rid of ours. But I'm not going to let Brazil destroy agriculture in America because we have to be able to feed ourselves.
Many supporters of the Export-Import Bank, which you oppose, many supporters of the Export-Import Bank, which you oppose, make the same argument. We'll get rid of our export subsidies when China and France and other countries do those. Why wouldn't that same argument that you just made on sugar subsidies apply on XM?
Yeah, because the difference is we actually have other banks that give loans. In essence, the Export-Import Bank is not the only thing out there that gives loans. 97% of U.S. exports do not rely on the Export-Import Bank. For starters. Number two, there are other vehicles by which you can finance these things. There are no other alternatives when it comes to agriculture. Once the land is gone, you're never getting it back. When it comes to private business like this, an exporter, we have a banking industry in this country. It's become too consolidated because of Dodd-Frank, and that's why Dodd-Frank needs to be repealed. But we have non-governmental avenues for financing exports. And you really want to help exports in America? Why don't you lower regulations, reform and lower the tax code, repeal Obamacare, which is discouraging them from hiring people, not to mention destroying our healthcare system, and allow us to fully utilize our energy resources. That will do a lot more for manufacturing and export than the Export-Import Bank ever did.
Senator Rubio, we're pleased to invite Governor Nikki Haley back to the stage.
Hi, Governor.
Welcome back to South Carolina, Senator Rubio. We're glad to have you. All right, Marco, so this is the question. You and I both cut our teeth at the State House.
Yes.
And sometimes you get a lot of bruises and you get really tough skin when you get elected to a State House. You actually were Speaker of the House, so you had quite a big leadership role and had to push things through and herd the cats to get that done. The biggest frustration that I have and that this audience has is we were told if you hire a Republican majority, everything will change. We hired a Republican majority in both the House and the Senate. And in D.C., nothing has changed.
That's
What is going wrong?
That's absolutely right. And that's exactly why I'm running for president. And I'll tell you why. It took me a very short amount of time to realize that our problem in Washington is that both political parties, quite frankly, are out of touch. The disconnect between Washington and the American people has never been bigger. Let me tell you the source of the disconnect. I'll tell you the source of the disconnect. It's not that it's evil people. Two things happen. Number one, after some time in politics, people become disconnected from the reality. They forget what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. They forget what it's like to owe thousands of dollars in student loans. They probably never did. They forget how difficult it is for someone who's trying to start a business. Do you realize that for the first time in 35 years, we have more businesses dying in America than starting? In America. And so that disconnect is real, and it exists in both parties. And here's the other thing they lose, the sense of urgency. The urgency to get things done. There is no sense of urgency. The notion is that our job is just to run the process and just make it work better. Some people have more loyalty to the institution they serve in than the country they're supposed to be serving. And so these are the problems that we face. And it's only gotten worse over the last few years, to be quite frank. And what I realized very quickly is you will not be able to change the direction of this country unless you have a president who is in touch, has a vision for the future, and has a sense of urgency about the challenges that we face. Because here's the truth. America remains a great country. There isn't a nation on earth I would trade places with. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've never been heckled by a dog, but
that's a new one for all of us.
Yeah. It's a great country. We'll never trade places, but we are on the road to decline. If we continue the road that we are on today, we are going to be the first Americans ever to leave our children worse off than ourselves. That is a completely unacceptable outcome. But that's where we're going to head. If we keep electing the same people with the same ideas, we will get the same result. That's why the time has come to turn the page. That's why I support term limits. That's why
And that's what I was going to ask you was, do you support term limits in Washington, D.C.?
We have term limits in Florida, and the sky has not fallen, and no one has died yet. Term limits brings new people into the process, people that believe that things are possible instead of having given up already. That's why in 2009 I chose to run for the Senate, even though the entire Republican establishment in Washington lined up against me. Really, only one person in Washington gave me a chance, and his name was Jim DeMint, and I know he's here today, and I want to thank him. In Florida, only about 5 people gave me a chance, but they all lived in my home. And 4 of them were under the age of 10 at the time. And that's why I chose to run for president.
You know, and I'll tell you the funny thing is when Marco was running for Senate, I was running for governor, and so I was Nikki who, but you were a little bit more known than I was.
Well, neither one of us was supposed to win, if you remember.
Neither one of us was, and that's the power of the people, which I always love. We share, absolutely, that is always the power of the people. So we share something else in common, in that we are children of immigrants. How do we handle immigration reform?
Well, we don't.
How do we handle immigration reform without dividing our country, without forgetting the fact that the reason this country is so great is because the fabric of our country is from legal immigrants. How do we have that conversation and have reform?
Well, it begins by acknowledging we have 3 immigration problems. We don't just have one, we have 3. Number 1, we are the most generous country in the world when it comes to immigration. 1 million people a year legally immigrate to the United States. There isn't a single country in the world that comes close to that number. And yet, despite the fact that we are so generous, there are still people coming illegally. Number 2, we have a broken legal immigration system. Our legal immigration system today is built on whether or not you have a relative living here. Not whether you have a skill or a talent or you're going to open a business. It is primarily built on whether or not you have a relative living here. And number 3, you do have 11 or 12 million people in this country illegally. And almost half of them came here legally and overstayed a visa. And you have to deal with all 3 of them. Now, I can tell you from experience, we're not going to fix it all in one big piece of legislation. For 2 reasons. Number 1, the issue is too complex. And number 2, the American people have had some terrible experiences with massive pieces of legislation. The only way forward is a 3-step process. Step number 1, before you do anything else, you must prove, not just pass a law that says you're going to do it, you must prove to the American people that illegal immigration is truly under control. And we can do that. It begins by securing the southern border through a wall and through more personnel, but you can't stop there. It's not enough. That alone will not be enough. You also need a mandatory E-Verify system, and you need an entry-exit tracking system to prevent people from overstaying visas. After you've done that, the second step will be to modernize our legal immigration system, so that when we admit someone to this country permanently, it will be on the basis of what can they do, what can they contribute, not what relative do they have living here. And more importantly, on the basis of whether they're coming to live in America or coming to be an American. Because we want to bring people here to be an American. And I just want to close with it. If we do those two things, after those two things are done, I believe the American people are going to be very reasonable about what do you do with someone who's been here for a long time and isn't a criminal. If you're a criminal, you have to leave. But I don't think we can get to that stage until we've done the other two things. In fact, not only do I not think we can get to that stage, trust me, we cannot get to that stage until we've done the other two things. And I think that's the only way forward. Anyone who says otherwise and tells you can do it in one massive piece of legislation, they're lying. It isn't true.
Well, and I appreciate your detail on that, because a lot of people, like our parents, my parents, they're offended by those who don't come here legally, that don't pay the price and pay the time that they went through to get here.
Well, if I could add to that, the majority of the calls I get in my Senate offices on immigration are not about people that are here illegally. It's about people that are trying to come legally, and they are frustrated because they know someone who came illegally and is going to get to stay, and they're wondering, well, why did I hire all those lawyers and wait 9 years? And no one ever talks about that part of it either. So that's a real frustration. We hear it in our offices all the time.
When you hear everybody talk about securing the border, and I always say all the candidates are very quick to say secure the border, what does that look like? We need more than what a border security looks like. What does it look like in personnel? What should we expect in cost? What does it look like in equipment? No other candidate has been able to tell us exactly what securing the border looks like except building a wall, and we know it's more than that.
We have to define what the border. The border is not just the border with Mexico. The border is also our airports and, to some extent, our seaports. And that's why an entry-exit tracking system is so critical. America has become a hotel that checks you in but never checks you out. So in essence, when you come on a visa, I know it happens all the time. People come on a visa, and it's a 90-day visa, and they check in, and we know you arrived. But in many places, they never log you out. So we have no idea if you're still here or not. And that's almost over 40% of the problem. In Florida, it's up in the 80% of the problem. So we have to change that. You need a mandatory e-verify system, because that job magnet has to be shut off. That's what allows people to come here, and quite frankly, that's what allows industries to take advantage of this situation. And then there are corridors on the border. When you cross the southern border, first of all, the majority of them are now coming from all over the world, primarily in the Americas, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, because those countries have become very dangerous and they're a mess. They're coming through Mexico and into the United States. That border has corridors that people come across, and the reason why they cross in those specific places is because it's near an interstate highway that takes them into a major city, Phoenix, Tucson, El Paso, you name it. Those are the areas that we need the walls, combined with personnel in the thousands of additional border agents, along with cameras and sensors. We have secured borders all over the world. Israel secured borders. Other countries have done it. We know how to do it. It takes the money and the willingness to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man with the details. Help me thank Senator Marco Rubio.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next video comes from a doctor and senator from Kentucky and answers the question, how would Rand Paul provide opportunity for all and favoritism to none?
There is probably few candidates for 2016 that are more interesting than Rand Paul.
To fix Washington, we can't have business as usual. Congress should read every bill.
Rand Paul has been the most consistently principled person talking about issues.
Congress has an abysmal record at balancing anything. Our only recourse is to force them to balance the budget with a constitutional amendment.
The senator for Kentucky might just be the candidate who ends up winning this thing.
I see our big cities once again shining and beckoning with creativity and ingenuity, with American companies offering American jobs.
He's got the organization on the ground right now. He's in all 50 states. He's got young folks gravitating towards him. He's got African Americans taking a pause and looking at him.
Congress should also live under the laws they pass. If they won't listen, we should limit all their terms and send the career politicians packing.
Let me ask you also about the Planned Parenthood videos. After they were released, you offered an amendment to the highway funding bill to defund Planned Parenthood.
I think the time is now to discuss whether taxpayer dollars should be going to such a gruesome procedure. It's time for a new way, a new set of ideas, a new leader, one you can trust, one who works for you, and above all, it's time for a new president.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Senator Rand Paul.
Comes from Heather.
Senator Paul, many feel that to broaden the appeal of its message, the Republican Party needs to take on a more populist message and reject the influence of special interests. What can the Republican Party do to reject its purported image as the party of big business bailouts?
Well, I think we do need to be a bigger party, and I've been saying we need to be bigger, better, bolder. But there is a debate in our party. Some say, well, we should dilute what we stand for. We should be Democrat light, and then we'll win elections. I think nothing could be farther from the truth. I think we need to be more boldly for what we are for. Included in that would be the things I learned as a kid. I met Ronald Reagan when I was a teenager. We traveled to the convention in Kansas City in 1976 because we were part of the grassroots against the establishment. But Reagan ran on making government smaller. Reagan ran on lower taxes. But I'll tell you, in Washington, most of the Republicans do not believe in lowering your taxes. Most of the Washington Republicans say, oh, we want revenue neutral tax reform. And I say, if that's what we're for, I'm going home. That means half of your taxes would go up and half of your taxes would go down, but the net effect would be zero. So to make our party bigger, we ought to be bigger, better, bolder for lower taxes, less regulation. Every Republican in Washington votes for the balanced budget amendment, but I actually put forward a budget that balances. And only about a third of the Republicans in the Senate had the guts to vote for a budget that balances, because guess what? It cut spending. We actually did what Ronald Reagan said he would do. We eliminated the Department of Education completely, the whole thing. But I have tried to take our principles to places Republicans haven't been going. I've been to Detroit. A month ago, I was in the south side of Chicago. I've been to Ferguson, I've been to Baltimore. I've been throughout the United States to our big cities saying, small government will help poverty. Small government, lower taxes will help you get jobs and create opportunities. School choice will help you to escape a bad school. I've been going to the cities with our message, not with a watered down message, but with our message. But I've also gone to the youth and I've said, you know what? We're a great party. We defend the Second Amendment, but we got to defend the Fourth Amendment, the right to privacy, if you want to defend the Second Amendment. But I do think that we can take a bigger, better, bolder message to new audiences and bring them in. And for goodness sakes, we're going to have to. We think we can win with the people we have. In South Carolina, you're doing a great job. I commend you. However, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, there's 18 states we haven't won in 30 years. We're going to have to figure out how to take our message, not dilute it, but take our message to new audiences. I think I am the one who can do it. I can do it without diluting our messages, and I will get it done.
Senator Paul, some supporters of same-sex marriage are moving beyond their victory at the Supreme Court and seeking to pass laws that would coerce people of faith into participating in same-sex weddings. How should our society balance the goals of promoting fairness and respecting freedom of conscience?
This is kind of going on right now in my home state. You've read about the county clerk who she says because of her religious principles, she's not going to sign the documents. And there have been many people, in fact, most of the Republican candidates have said she should be punished. I've disagreed. I've said that it was a mistake to put her in jail because I think that they should accommodate, you should have the ability to opt out of laws that go against your religious beliefs. But I'm not talking about just defying the law. In Kentucky, we actually have a law called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. We passed it in 2013 precisely to give elected officials the ability not to participate in something they disagree with. I've always thought that marriage was a local issue. I don't want my guns or my marriage registered in Washington. The Hobby Lobby case was a victory for all of us. You have a Christian family who said that they did not feel that the government should compel them to provide money for something they objected to, abortion. And I love the way their attorney put it. Their attorney said that you shouldn't have to give up on your faith to remain in business, but nor should you have to give up on your business to remain true to your faith. What's happening is the government has grown too large in every level. Not only in your business, not only in taxes, but in your personal life and in your religious affairs. And when the mayor of Houston sent a subpoena to ministers and said they wanted their sermons, you know what I say? That's when we should resist. I say defy them.
Senator Paul, our nation's murder rate is increasing in many of our major cities this year, and some blame what has been called the Ferguson effect, namely a less aggressive policing caused by a changing of the equilibrium between police and offenders. Last August, in the wake of the Ferguson shooting, you wrote, "When you couple this militarization of law enforcement with an erosion of civil liberties and due process that allows the police to become both judge and jury, we begin to have a very serious problem on our hand. Given these developments, it is almost impossible for many Americans not to feel like their government is targeting them," end quote. Senator, do you believe a Ferguson effect is responsible for any of the increase in murders?
We have a federal government that now has 48 federal agencies that have SWAT teams. The USDA has a SWAT team. They arrested an Amish farmer for the crime of selling milk from the cow. I told my father-in-law about this, and he grew up on a little farm in Kentucky, and he said, "Well, I drank milk from the cow since I was a baby till I was 20 years old." And he said, "The only thing we disliked about it is when the cow got into the onions." But your government might be too large if we're arresting people for selling milk, for goodness sakes. Fish and Wildlife has a SWAT team. Now, I can understand being out in the woods, you might have some people needing a gun. But the thing is, when they went into Gibson Guitar, took all their computers and arrested them, that is a government that's out of control. John and Judy Dollarite live in a little town called Nixa, Missouri, and they wanted to teach their son about starting a business. So he started a business selling rabbits, and as rabbits do, they multiplied. He was very successful until one day the USDA showed up and they didn't have the right permit. They had one permit, but they didn't have the correct permit according to the USDA. They began fining them. And I think at the end of 30 days, it was $90,000. But this was a government, and they wanted to be nice to the people, so they said you could pay with cash or credit card. If you don't pay, though, the government said that your fines within 30 days will be $3.1 million. So when the question is asked, have we over-militarized our government, our domestic government? Absolutely. We've over-militarized things. The specific program I was referring to in Ferguson has nothing to do with the shooting and was not a comment and is not a comment on the appropriateness of the shooting. My point was that I don't think we need tanks in our cities. I don't think we need 20-ton mine-resistant ambush protection vehicles in our cities. The program does a couple of good things, and I'm all for this. They give excess and older bulletproof vests from the military to our police. I'm all for that. But there are certain things that we're doing. We gave out 12,000 bayonets. What would we do with bayonets in our city? I mean, that's crazy. So, yes, we do have to be careful about it, and there is a difference between the Army and the police. And one thing I will tell you to commend the police is, I think the police every day do obey the Constitution. Better than your federal government always.
Senator Paul, with regard to the increase in murders that we're seeing in many of our major cities right now, do you think that America is giving our police force the support it needs to keep us safe in our cities? Washington, D.C. has had more murders this year than it did last year. I'm getting a lot of echo
from you. Can you say it again? I'm getting a lot of echo.
Sure, no, I'm sorry. With regards specifically to the murder increase that we're seeing in so many of our cities, Washington, D.C. has had more murders this year than it did all of last year, Milwaukee and so forth. Do you think that our nation's equilibrium has moved too far away from supporting the police towards a more kind of understanding equilibrium?
Yeah. The question is, have we tilted too much towards civil liberties and away from the restraints on government? When our founding fathers put the Constitution in place, they said one very important thing. They said the Constitution was to restrain the government, not the people. But as much as I'm a stickler for the Constitution, if you ask me, are the police generally doing a good job and do we need the police? Absolutely. But the police actually do use the Constitution every day. I'll give you an example. If in Greenville tonight there is thought to be a rapist in a house and the neighbors say, we saw him go in there 2 hours ago and we're pretty sure he's in there, the police don't just break the door down. The police stand on the front yard and they call a judge. It's the checks and balances, and they ask the judge for permission to go in. And you say, what, you don't trust the police? That's not it at all. I want the checks and balances so we don't have a bad person take over and abuse the law. Madison put it this way. Madison said that if government were comprised of angels, we wouldn't need any rules. But as you know, government's often not comprised of angels. The murder rate in our cities is complicated. We have a higher murder rate than other societies, much higher than in Japan or I think in China as well. It's complicated why we have a higher murder rate. It's societal, it's religious or lack of religious values, lack of family values, not all fixable, but we do have to have the police to protect us. And I'm all for that. And I think sometimes the stories where I would say the balance has gone too far in one direction is we hear all the bad stories and we're not hearing the good stories. In Tarrant, Alabama last year, there was a police officer who showed up and a woman had been caught shoplifting. She was 50 cents short on her eggs and her kids hadn't eaten in 2 days. And, you know, from all the stories you think, what's this mean old policeman gonna do? He bought the eggs for her. And then they went and they brought her food to her house. So the problem we have is the way the media reports it is all you hear about is something bad that happens, and I'm not excusing bad things, but I'm saying that's all we hear, and instead every day a policeman is helping a little old lady whose heat is off or air conditioning's off, or a little old man, I don't want to be sexist. But they're doing all kinds of good things in your communities, but we don't hear the good things, we only hear the bad things. So if there's a shift and a balance the wrong way, I think it's the way we report the news, but we do have to be vigilant, and there are bad people out there. In the same way we need a strong army, we also have to have a strong police force as well.
America's socialist senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, said earlier this year that we should be talking about expanding Social Security benefits to make sure that every American can retire with dignity. You've spoken of the need to reform Social Security. How is it that we get to reforming Social Security and other entitlement programs when even some in our own party don't want to do it?
I was just hoping I'd get a Bernie Sanders question. All right, Bernie Sanders is offering you free stuff. He wants to give you free health care. He'd give you a free car. He'd give you a free house. But guess what? There is no free lunch. That just means somebody else is paying for it, but they're not showing you who's paying for it. It is a disservice to the country for Bernie Sanders to say he's going to give you all more Social Security and, you know, money's going to grow on trees and everybody will be rich and there'll be a chicken in every pot. The problem is Social Security is already short of money. For the last 5 years, Social Security pays out more than what comes in. Why? It's a simple demographic fault. People ask me, whose fault is it? Is it Republicans' fault or Democrats' fault? I say, nope, it's your grandparents' fault for having too many damn kids. After World War II, there were these big families. The baby boom happened after World War II. But then the baby boom didn't do their job. You didn't have enough kids. And then your grandkids didn't have enough kids. So what happened is we used to have 16 workers for every retired person. Now it's 3 workers for every retired person. And we're living longer. Now, some of these are good things. Living longer, good thing. Less workers, smaller families, maybe a good thing, maybe not. But the thing is that Social Security is short of money. You can't promise people more money. You got to figure out how to make do with less money. But we can fix it. I have a bill that would actually fix Social Security. It's not fun, so I'll promise you, you're not going to love it. You have to gradually raise the age of the eligibility. For my age and younger, it just has to get a little older, a couple months every year, but it's got to go to 70 for Social Security and Medicare. And I know nobody wants to hear that, but the opposite is I come up and tell you, everything's okay. You can have whatever you want and it's free, but we're going to destroy the country if we do that.
I'd like to welcome back Governor Nikki Haley to the stage.
Thank you. Welcome back to South Carolina, Senator Paul. You know, I listen to you and I can hear your dad's voice a little bit when I hear you talk. So, and please give him our best while you're at it. What do you and your dad disagree on policy? What policies do y'all disagree on?
I think it's better to start out with what we do agree on.
And I know there's a lot that you agree on, right?
You know, my dad is a great man. I have a great deal of respect. I love my dad. There's probably, and you may not agree with everything he says or with I say or Nikki says either, but what I will tell you is he was honest. He was genuine, and he didn't tell you stuff just to tell you stuff. He told the truth. He believed that the Constitution restricted government. That government was restricted and that Article 1, Section 8 gives about 17, 18 powers to government. They shouldn't be doing anything else. Now, we're not exactly the same. No son is exactly the same as their father, and we occasionally will have some disagreements. I hate to go through a list, though, because it makes Thanksgiving a little bit uncomfortable. I'll tell you one, though, where we have a disagreement right now, and we try not to let it get between us, but I thought the Iran agreement was a mistake, and I voted against the Iran agreement. But I will tell you, though, I'm different than the other Republicans, and you may have heard this on the stage the other night. Some want to rip it up and tear it up and put it in a shredder and then stomp on it. Right now, I'd vote no. I think it's a bad agreement. But if I'm president in 2 years, the first thing I'm going to do is not to rip it up. I'm going to see if the Iranians are adhering to it. I mean, for goodness sakes, we should want peace. Now, I don't believe they will, and I don't think there's enough leverage in the agreement to force them to comply. But if for some reason in 2 years they actually are complying, why would we want to go backwards? So I think that's theatrics for the people who want to tear it up, because I think there is a possibility for peace. But I don't trust them. They've historically been dishonest, and I think you need leverage. And what I would have done is I would have kept the sanctions in place and very gradually over a several-year period take them off if they're in compliance.
Well, And thank you for that. And I think we can all say we are defined by our parents and the way they raise us. So not only do you have his voice, but it's always interesting because we all veer off a little bit from our parents. So thank you for that. You know, one of the things that you have done that I've found interesting is we had a very tough summer, naturally, with the things that happened in Charleston. You have done things that I think are very important to do, which is Republicans need to get out of their comfort zone. I think that they need to go speak to other people that aren't just Republicans. You have gone and spoken at Howard University in DC. You went to Ferguson after the riots. Why did you do that? And what was your goal in making both of those trips or speeches? Or
Twofold. I kind of want to learn why people are unhappy. It doesn't give you a right to loot or to violence or anything like that, but I think it's a mistake for us not to at least listen. And the people I was listening to weren't the looters. I was listening to the African American leaders in Ferguson who weren't looting, who had their businesses looted to find out something. But I have learned something, and I think this is important for us, and I tell people over and over in my speeches that while we're great on the Second Amendment, we need to be good on the Sixth Amendment. It says you have a right to a trial and a right to a trial by jury. And you say, well, certainly we're all for that. Well, I've had some debates with your other senator about some of this. But the thing is that I'll tell you one quick story, and I want you to at least think about this and think whether it brings out any sympathy for why people might be unhappy. Khalif Browder was 16 years old. He's a black kid from the Bronx. He was accused of a crime. Actually accused by somebody who wasn't legally in the country, fled and never testified. He spent 3 years in Rikers Island. 3 years. Can you imagine your kid 3 years on Rikers Island accused of a crime that he says he never committed? He was never tried. He spent 2 years in solitary confinement. He was beaten by gangs, and who else knows what happened to him there? But I can't imagine that happening to my kid. So when we think, oh, why are people angry? They've got no right to be angry. Think if it were your son. He tried to commit suicide in prison 3 times. He got out, and a month ago he did. He committed suicide, and he's gone. And I think we don't know that experience. So many of us don't know. We don't know what it's like to really be poor. We don't know what it's like to be in prison. And it's like, yeah, there are bad people in prison, but I think he got a raw deal, and you can see how people in his high school, his parents, might be unhappy with some of us or with not feeling like they're being treated right. And I'm not saying change what we're for. I'm just saying show some compassion, and let's be the party that's also for the Sixth Amendment, a speedy trial, the same we're for the Second Amendment.
Finally, I have a great respect for all of my governors, but some have made different decisions on Obamacare. Kentucky has not only expanded Medicaid, they've also done the state exchange. What results are they feeling from that, and what are you telling them to do as a state now that they've done that, which we have not done either one, by the way?
Well, congratulations on not doing
thank
it. You know, our governor is a Democrat, and he thinks a little bit differently. He's kind of from the Bernie Sanders school. He thinks it's wonderful. He says in public, he says, oh, Medicaid expansion, it's a $15 billion influx. It's a $15 billion giveaway to Kentucky. And it's like, well, that would only be true if you don't pay any federal taxes, or if you don't believe that the deficit we're running up to pay for all these things matters. So you can offer stuff for free. He did set up a website. The website sort of works, although I tried to sign my son up and they signed him up for Medicaid. So the system, you can get something for free, you can get a website to make it for free, but nothing's really for free. Right now, the federal government's saying they'll pay for 90% of the Medicaid. Or actually, they're paying for all of it, and then it goes to 90%, but the 10% is going to be enough to bust our budget. But really, we shouldn't worry just about the 10% for the state. We need to worry about the 90% that all of us are paying as federal taxpayers, and it's really debt. We're not even paying for it. It's debt, and it's making us weaker as a country.
Tell your dad we said hello. Everyone, please thank Senator Rand Paul.
Our next video comes from a businesswoman from California and explains how a Carly Fiorina administration would bring opportunity to all and favoritism to none.
Fiorina. This nation was built on the promise of opportunity for all, favoritism for none. And yet we have come to a time, a pivotal time in our nation's history, where opportunity and potential is being crushed by a federal government that has become so large, so costly, so complicated, so inept, and so corrupt that literally only the big, the powerful, the wealthy, and the well-connected can deal with it. In order to restore opportunity for all, in order to level the playing field between the big, the powerful, the wealthy, and the small and the powerless, we need to simplify government, reduce its size, reduce its power, reduce its reach, hold it accountable for performance, hold it accountable to those who actually pay for it, the American taxpayer. And so we have to hack away at the regulatory thicket. We have to take a 73,000-page tax code down to about 3 pages, and we need to engage citizens actively in the process of their government. We need to make sure that we hold government accountable in real ways, so that, for example, when hundreds of thousands of veterans die before they receive care, there are consequences. Opportunity for all, favoritism for none, can only be achieved if we go back to the basic principles of a limited government that is accountable to the citizens who pay for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Ms. Carly Fiorina.
Thank you so much. Great to be with you. Thank you.
Ms. Fiorina, your first question will come from Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Mrs. Fiorina. You've said that big business and big government get together and say, let's make things really hard for the little guy. As president, how do you wrestle that power away from the established elites in Washington and make a level playing field?
Well, you know, it's called crony capitalism, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't think that it starts out with people trying to do the wrong thing. But I think what has happened, is over the last 50 years, everything just gets more and more complicated. For the last 50 years, government has gotten bigger, more expensive, under both Republicans and Democrats alike. The truth is, Republicans have been talking about reducing debt and limiting the size of government and reducing its power and reach for 50 years. And it's never happened. Just like we keep talking about regulatory restraint, and yet we haven't succeeded in repealing very many regulations. I can't think of any except for maybe the 55-mile-per-hour speed limit that Reagan got rid of finally. And meanwhile, the tax code just gets more and more complicated so that it now is 73,000 pages, as I said in that video. This means we have to challenge the status quo. But when something is that complicated, a regulatory thicket that's literally impenetrable, a 73,000-page tax code, agencies that just keep growing and growing and doing things, then guess what? Only a big company with lots of resources, accountants, lawyers, lobbyists, only the wealthy, the powerful, the well-connected can deal with that. So, what is the answer? The answer is to simplify as well as to reduce power. You know why I say a 3-page tax code? Because if it's 3 pages, anybody can understand it. And anybody can fill it out. And you don't need an accountant to help you. And by the way, if we have a 3-page tax code, we need a whole lot fewer people at the IRS looking over the tax code. We need to go to zero-based budgeting. You know what zero-based budgeting is? A fancy word. Yeah, you know what it is. It's a fancy word for every single dollar has to be justified every single year. Because today, what do?
We just talk about the rate of increase over last year. This is why, look, Heritage Action, why did Jim DeMint leave the Senate and come to run Heritage? Because he realized, as all of you do, that it's not just about replacing a D with an R in the White House. It's actually about changing the system and challenging the status quo, and that is why I'm running for President of the United States.
Ms. Fiorina, many have praised your strong response about Planned Parenthood at the debate on Wednesday night, where you called for Planned Parenthood to be defunded this year. You said in 2013 that Congress never had any chance of getting President Obama to sign a government funding bill that defunded Obamacare. What has changed? How do we get President Obama to sign a funding bill that funds the government but doesn't fund Planned Parenthood?
Well, you know, one of the things that's changed is we're in charge of the Senate. And we have record majorities in the House. That's a huge change from 2013. And by the way, I worked really hard for that change. And I know all of you worked really hard for that change too. And what's disappointing is we're having the same old conversation. Nothing's changed. If this videotape, which the mainstream media continues to say doesn't exist, I mean, honestly, I went on national television the morning after the debate, and George Stephanopoulos at ABC News told me that I was mistaken, that the tapes don't exist, that the images aren't real. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, they are real, and I will issue my charge again. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, anyone who wants to defend Planned Parenthood, watch these tapes. So back to what's disappointing. If we will not fight for this, if we will not fight for this, faced with proof positive of the butchery that is going on at Planned Parenthood, faced with an assault on the character of our nation, and that is what I believe this is. It is not actually about whether you're pro-choice or pro-life. We cannot be a nation that funds this kind of barbarity, and that is what it is. And so, with record majorities in the House of Representatives and with a majority in the US Senate, if we do not have the courage to stand up and say, President Obama, if you're prepared to shut down the government to defend this kind of barbarity, have at it and explain it to the American people.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says that we have to wait until 2017 to defund Planned Parenthood, and says that an effort to defund it this year would end as the 2013 Obamacare effort ended. As president, you'll have to work with Mitch McConnell. How would you convince him to get in the fight and defund Planned Parenthood this year?
Well, I think leaders should produce results. And I think there are some very clear things that leadership in the House and the Senate ought to be doing right now. I think they ought to pass a border security bill. Be nice after 25 years. Let President Obama veto that too. They ought to pass what's called the REINS Act, which gives Congress the authority, imagine this, to actually look at regulations before they're passed. Wouldn't that be novel? And they ought to fight over the defunding of Planned Parenthood. Now, let us talk about January 2017. Let us talk about a President Fiorina in the White House. Because what it's going to take to actually challenge the status quo, to actually change the system, is not simply the president.
It's citizens of this nation. Ours was intended to be a citizen government. And so you know what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, and please remember this. I am going to use the power of technology to re-engage citizens in the process of their governments. Let me just give you fair warning. Let me give you fair warning. How many of you still own a flip phone? Okay, you need to upgrade. You have 18 months. You got to upgrade. I will ask you in a weekly address, let's say the weekly radio address, I will say to you, ladies and gentlemen, please take out your smartphones. I'd like to ask you a couple questions. Do you believe we ought to go to zero-based budgeting so we know where every dollar of your money is being spent? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. Ladies and gentlemen, this technology exists. We use it for superficial and silly things. But now we need to use it to put the pressure of a citizenry that has grown angry and frustrated and tired of business as usual on Congress so they will act. And I will tell you a quick little story so you are confident, as I am, that when Congress feels the pressure, they will act. You remember the scandal in Arizona of wait times at the Veterans Administration. We realized that veterans were dying, waiting for care, and that bureaucrats were fudging the books so nobody found out. And the pressure for the American people was so intense that Congress passed, in 3 short weeks, a bipartisan bill that allowed the VA to fire the top 400 senior executives if they failed in their duties. The President of the United States signed it like that. Now, nothing has happened, sadly. And we ought to apply that rule all throughout government. When you do not do your job, there are consequences. But it proved this. It proved this. Pressure applied by citizens on their representatives will move the system. So, ladies and gentlemen, President Fiorina will call on you as citizens of this great nation to take our government back.
When she was Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton said, pressing China on human rights cannot interfere with the global economic crisis, the global climate change crisis, and the security crisis. How would you approach America's diplomatic relationships with China?
How hypocritical of Hillary Clinton to be running on her record of protecting women's rights when in her position as Secretary of State, she promptly took off the table women's rights, human rights, and any other topic of conversation that might be uncomfortable for the Chinese. Rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I will bring that up on a general election debate stage. China is our rising adversary. China must be dealt with. China is now, as you know, becoming more and more adventurous in the South China Sea. They are building military bases on disputed islands. Perhaps you are not aware of the fact that Obama and Hillary Clinton made that situation much worse because, you see, this administration negotiated an agreement between China and the Philippines over those disputed islands, and when China immediately violated the agreement, what did this administration do? Nothing. And so China decided, okay, we're going to keep going. And through that South China Sea trade route flows $5 trillion worth of goods and services every single year. And so we must be assertive in the South China Sea. We must equip our allies, Japan, Australia, the Philippines, South Korea, Vietnam, all of whom are asking us for leadership and support so that they can stand with us and push back against a rising China. We must do that. I will.
The Chinese cyber attack of the Office of Personnel Management is yet another example of the complete ineptitude of this federal government, grown so big and so bloated with so little consequences that people simply don't do what they know they ought to do. I served as the chairman of the advisory board of the Central Intelligence Agency for several years. We have known for a fact that China was trying to hack into our most vulnerable databases and systems, and yet the Office of Personnel Management did not plug the basic security leaks that they knew were there. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have real leverage. You know why? Because China's economy has to grow to lift people out of poverty and keep peace and this regime in power. Now is the time, when their economy is teetering just a little bit, for a president of the United States to stand up and say, we will use our economic leverage, because we have huge amounts of leverage. And one of the things we could do, and I will do, is say to the Chinese, we will retaliate for every cyber attack. We will hold you to every agreement you made in the World Trade Organization. They have stuck to none. And by the way, we're going to ask you to play by the same rules in our market that you force us to play by in their market. That is leverage, ladies and gentlemen. And it is important, as China is a rising adversary, it is important to have a president of the United States who has done business in China for decades and who understands these people, their leadership, and how they think. I do.
It's an honor for me to now welcome Governor Nikki Haley back to the stage.
Welcome to South Carolina. It's so good to see you. So I've got to tell you this great story about Carly. So someone came, I was speaking at the Republican National Convention. I was doing a lunch speech. And a group of women came up to me afterwards and they said, we have to do something. And I said, what? And they said, it is so wrong. This was before the first debate. This was in Cleveland. They said, we have to do something to get Carly on that main stage. It's so wrong that the only one woman candidate is not on that stage. And I said, but you don't understand. Carly doesn't want to be put on that stage. She wants to earn being put on that stage. You earned being put on that stage. So different aspects about you. Strong businesswoman. In your business, in all that you did in business, easy decisions, tough decisions, what was the toughest decision that you had to make as a businesswoman that will make you a great president?
You know, the hardest decision, I think, for any leader to make is about people, the people who work for them. It's very difficult, painful, to tell people that they don't have a job anymore. And yet sometimes that has to be done because, for heaven's sakes, sometimes a bureaucracy gets so bloated, we have one in Washington, D.C., that really and truly there are too many people working there and not adding enough value. And of course, that's why it's so vital that we have a vibrant economy so that people have other opportunities to move to. We do, however, in the federal government have 256,000 baby boomers that are going to retire in the next 4 or 5 years. I'm not going to replace a single one. It is a window of time. But what I really mean when I say the toughest decisions are about people, the hardest decision is when you have someone who is competent, who is producing results, but who does not have the core values that matter. Those are the hard decisions. You know, tone starts at the top. In a company, in a family, in a nation, there are things that we call core values. And in a company, frequently you'll go to your companies that you work in, maybe you'll see a plaque on the side of the wall, and it says some things. You know, we want to be known for high standards of excellence. We want to be known for integrity. We want to be known for a set of things, customer service.
The thing is about people, no matter what you got on the wall, they don't listen to the talk, they watch the walk. And so if you have something on the wall but people are acting differently, people say, what's going to happen to them? And if someone doesn't have the highest standards of integrity, even though it says so on the plaque, and they keep staying there and they keep getting rewarded and promoted, then people will conclude, we don't really believe in the highest standards of integrity. So the toughest decision I ever had to make was a young man who worked for me when I was a chief executive. He had great talent, great potential. I thought one day perhaps he could be my successor, but he lacked integrity. And so I had to let him go. Those are tough decisions. But if you do not stand for values, if you let those slide, then everyone's going to figure out those values don't really mean anything.
So now let's go mom to mom. You spoke very eloquently about the death of your daughter. We are seeing now in South Carolina and across this country heavy prescription drug abuse. We're continuing to see alcohol and drug abuse. You didn't have the opportunity to really get that out in the debate, and I wanted to just ask you some about that, because I think so much of what we do is so that our kids have a better life, and so much of what we do is so that future generations don't have to go through the pains that we have. What can you tell us about that?
So our daughter struggled with all of those things: prescription drugs, alcohol. And one of the things that I have been so touched by on the campaign trail is on the occasions when this might come up, people will come up to me always and say, and it's so generous of them, and say, that's happened to me too, or my family is dealing with that too. I realized as we went through the long, painful journey with Lori, I met so many other families that were going through this, but I did not realize, honestly, what an epidemic this has become. When someone is addicted, you watch them disappear before your eyes. You watch I call it the demons of addiction, because that's what it feels like. They are overcome by the demons of addiction. And in our daughter's case, she simply did not have the physical strength to go on. We must invest more in the treatment of all mental illness, including addictions. We also have to realize that what we've been doing isn't working. You know, I very much agree with Senator Paul that we need criminal justice reform. If you look at our criminal justice system today, what you'll see is that we have the highest incarceration rates in the world. Think about that. We have the highest incarceration rates in the world, and yet 2/3 of the people in jail are there for nonviolent, mostly drug-related offenses. We are not helping people. Honestly, the reason I'm running for president is because I do not want to see hope fading from anyone's eyes. And while there is nothing as devastating as drug addiction, it is also true that I see too many people now in this nation that lack hope in their eyes. And I also know what people look like when they realize they have God-given gifts. I remember what Lori looked like. I know what people look like when they realize they can do more than they thought possible. I know what people look like when they say, gee, I didn't think I could achieve this goal, but I've achieved it. I know what people look like when they find and use a God-given gift. I know the look people get when they fulfill their potential. And for me, that look is fuel. And in this nation, every American, regardless of their circumstances, must have the opportunity to find and use their God-given gifts and fulfill their potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what smart and intelligent face looks like. Thank you very much, Carly. We are very, very
Thank
proud.
you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next video comes from the governor of Louisiana and explains how Bobby Jindal would bring opportunity for all and favoritism to none.
Hi, I'm Bobby Jindal. Look, I think the best way to provide opportunity for everybody is pretty simple. We've got to cut the government economy and grow the American economy. It's as simple as that. Now remember when President Obama was complaining about the debt going to $9 trillion when he was campaigning for president? Now our debt's over $18 trillion and counting. The reality is we have supersized government. It is time to cut the taxes, the regulations, the government spending, free up the American entrepreneurial spirit, and grow the American economy. I've unveiled a plan, for example, on energy independence that would harness our natural resources and bring a manufacturing renaissance back to America. Here in Louisiana, we've actually cut our government. We've cut our state government's budget by 26%. We've got 30,000 fewer state government bureaucrats than the day I took office. There are a lot of folks running for president that talk about cutting government. I'm the only one that's actually cut government. As a result, here in Louisiana, we're a top 10 state for private sector job growth. 8 credit upgrades. After 25 years of out-migration, 7 years in a row of in-migration. We've got more people working and living in Louisiana earning a higher income than ever before. So it's pretty simple. We've got to cut the government economy and grow the American economy. It's either or. It's like the laws of gravity, we've got a choice to make. I think it's time to cut the government economy, grow the American economy. Let's rescue the American dream. It's not about government dependence. It's not about becoming the European nightmare. Thank y'all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Governor Bobby Jindal.
Thank y'all very, very much. Thank y'all for having me.
Governor, your first question tonight will come from Debbie.
Hi, Governor Jindal. You wrote a New York Times op-ed telling any corporation that contemplates bullying the state of Louisiana on the issue of marriage to save its breath. As president, what could you do to address the emerging alliance between cultural progressives and corporate America?
That's a great question. You know, I've often said the Republican Party is rightfully not the party of big government. But we can also not become the party of big business either. There is a dangerous alliance, an unholy alliance between big business and the radical left. And these big businesses need to understand this. The same radical left that doesn't like religious liberty, they don't like profit either. The same radical left that's going after Christians and our First Amendment rights, they want to tax and regulate these businesses out of existence. Folks, we need to wake up. The idea of America is slipping away. They want to now think about this today. If you share our nation's secrets, you can run for president. But if you're against gay marriage, they put you in jail. Discriminate against Christians for having a traditional view of marriage. That means the IRS can't come after us. That means the EPA can't come after us. That means the DOJ can't come after us. And by the way, Planned Parenthood better hope. They better hope that Hillary Clinton wins this election. Because under President Jindal, we're going to send the IRS, the Department of Justice, the EPA, OSHA, and everybody else we can find to go after Planned Parenthood instead of harassing innocent Christians.
Governor, even with a strong executive, it can be difficult to get things passed through an obstinate legislature. In Louisiana, the state legislature refused to pass your bill, which would have eliminated the income tax. You were a co-sponsor, I think actually an original sponsor, of President Bush's plan to have Social Security personal accounts. What have you learned from those experiences, and how can voters be confident you'll get your ideas passed into law?
Well, look, two things. So one, in Louisiana, we've enacted the largest income tax cut in our state's history. We have cut our state budget 26%, 30,000 fewer state bureaucrats, the largest statewide school choice program where the dollars follow the students instead of the students following the dollars. We've been rated the most pro-life state 6 years in a row since I've been governor. But folks, let's be honest. When it comes to fixing what's in D.C., it is time to fire everybody in Washington, D.C. I am angrier with the Republicans than I am with the Democrats. Let's be honest, you've got a choice today. You've got honest socialists on the left, and you've got lying conservatives on the right. I mean, give Bernie Sanders credit. At least he's... Mitch McConnell's already given up the fight to defund Planned Parenthood. They refuse to stand against this bad deal that will allow Iran to become a nuclear power. If there was ever a time to use the nuclear option, now would be the time to stop Iran from becoming a nuclear power. Folks, they're the surrender caucus. I wish they had half the guts, half the courage, half the backbone the Democrats had. You never heard, when they lost the Senate election in Massachusetts, you didn't hear President Obama say, well, Obamacare's dead. They forced it down our throats. Now, I don't like anything Harry Reid or Nancy Pelosi or Barack Obama has done, but I admire their guts. I wish the Republicans in D.C. had half the courage, half the conviction to fight for us. It is time to get the idea of America back. The only way we're going to do it is term limits, is to fire these fools, make them live under the same laws they apply to the rest of us. Founding fathers never intended these folks to go there, have permanent jobs, six-figure salaries, become seven-figure lobbyists. It is time to bring them home. It is time to say that we need limited government. The Republicans don't even shrink the size of government. They slow the growth rate. They call that a victory. After these barbaric videos, if we can't win the fight to defund Planned Parenthood, if we can't stand for innocent human life, it is time to close up shop. It is time to just quit the Republican Party and start a new party. We have got to be able to win on this issue.
Governor, your answer raises an interesting question. Assuming that everybody in Washington doesn't, as you suggest, get fired in 2016, how would President Bobby Jindal get this Republican Congress to enact your conservative vision, to fight and win conservative policy?
Well, you know, the good news is we got a bunch of followers, not leaders in Congress. You know, they don't know what to do. They just follow whoever's in charge. The reality is this. As president, the first day, we can repeal those illegal executive orders this president put in place. We can rein in the EPA. We can sign an executive order protecting religious liberty. We can repeal all of Obamacare. We can actually have energy independence. We can have a lower, flatter tax code. But this is how we get it done. There is one thing and one thing only these politicians understand. They're in it for self-survival. We tell them it's real simple. You either do what we want, or we're marching on Washington, D.C., and taking our government back. It is too important to leave to the politicians. I think we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to implement our conservative principles. Look, the idea of America is slipping away from us. $18 trillion of debt. Planned Parenthood ripping apart babies and selling their organs across the country. Our president who's declared war on trans fats and a truce with Iran. A president who won't even say the words radical Islamic terrorism, a Supreme Court that thinks they're smarter than God and can redefine marriage. You've got the left wanting to take God out of the public square. You've got Republicans competing with Democrats to see how much of our money they can borrow and spend over $18 trillion of debt with no plan to pay it back. The idea of America is slipping away. But folks, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply our conservative principles. We best not give it away. We best not waste it. And it's not just the Democrats standing in the way, it's the establishment, it's the Republicans standing in the way. Those reforms we got done in Louisiana, my first term, we had a Democratic majority in the House and the Senate. I line item vetoed more my first year than anybody had done before me, years put together. They tested me. And once we showed them we weren't going to raise taxes, we were going to shrink the government economy and grow the American economy, they got it. And if this Congress tries to test President Jindal, they'll find out that I'm serious. Just like Ronald Reagan was serious, I'm serious. I'm not running for office to make incremental changes. If you want somebody to go to D.C. and manage the slow decline of the greatest country in the history of the world, go vote for somebody else. If you want somebody that'll say and do the things you're not supposed to be able to do and say, if you want somebody that's going to take on the D.C. establishment, if you want somebody who's running without permission from headquarters, I'm asking you to join our cause, join the Bobby Jindal campaign, believe again in America.
Governor, our next question comes from Twitter. I note beforehand, Barack Obama said recently that Obamacare is working exactly as it's supposed to, and in some ways better than it was expected to. Brings us to our question. Will you work to fully repeal Obamacare on day one and allow the free market to lower prices and increase quality of care?
Absolutely. Of course it's working. Look, of course it's working exactly as he intended. He wants us dependent on government. Look, he went to the Catholic Health Association, made the moral case for Obamacare. Obamacare, it is immoral. It puts bureaucrats between you and your doctors. It increases dependence on government. It spends money we don't have. It raises taxes. It redistributes. It is immoral to spend our children's and grandchildren's money. But even more dangerously, it is the largest expansion of government and decrease of freedom we have seen in a generation. Now, I am the only candidate with a detailed plan to get rid of Obamacare. I'm not talking about Obamacare light. Too many Republicans want to be cheaper versions of the Democratic Party. We don't need a second liberal party. Look, Jeb Bush said we got to be willing to lose the primary in order to win the general election. I disagree with that. That is the establishment telling us that we have to hide our conservative beliefs. We have to try to get the left and the media to like us. Folks, I'm here to tell you that never works. If we do that again, we will lose again. We will deserve to lose again if we try to do that again. We don't need to be cheaper Democrats. We don't need to be a second liberal party. I've got an idea. What if we endorsed our own principles for a change? You know, I can't emphasize this enough. This is a critical time for our country. This isn't about saving the future of the Republican Party. It's about saving the future of the United States. Conservative principles aren't dead here in South Carolina, in Louisiana, Iowa, New Hampshire, in America. They're only dead in D.C. We've got a bunch of fools in D.C. Let's be honest. They were happy the Supreme Court ruled against us on marriage and Obamacare. Only in D.C. is losing a good thing. They didn't want to do the hard work to repeal Obamacare. They think marriage is a distraction. They have given up on trying to get rid of universal coverage. They've given up trying to repeal this new entitlement plan. They have given up on fighting for freedom and smaller government. When did we decide to give up on our conservative beliefs? When did we decide to throw in the towel? I don't know about you, I didn't get that memo. Conservative values are still alive and well. That is why it is time to fire these fools in Washington, D.C.
Governor, what would you say to some people, many Republicans, who would say there's no way politically to repeal Obamacare unless we match the left person for person in terms of coverage?
This is one of the most frustrating arguments I hear from my own party. Once the Democrats have set a new level of dependence, Republicans say, well, we can't go below that. Folks, if that's really true, and I said this earlier, I mean this, if we really believe that, let's fold up the Republican Party. We're just wasting everybody's time, and there's no point in having a second political party. President Obama is changing the American dream into the European nightmare. The American dream is not to have the government take care of you. The American dream is not to take somebody else's hard-earned money to subsidize your lifestyle. The American dream is that we will give you opportunity. We will give you the chance to work hard, to get a great paying job, to take care of your family. And if the Republican Party doesn't have the backbone to stand up for the American dream, what good is the Republican Party? Socialism is immoral for it's bad for taxpayers. Socialism is bad for the people it pretends to help. This is not sustainable. This idea that we can keep spending and taxing and borrowing and regulating more than we've ever done before, that's not what made America great. The Founding Fathers created a limited government to secure, not create, our God-given rights. If the Republican Party says once the Democrats expand government, we can never reduce government. Once they increase dependence, we can never reduce dependence. As a country, we're done. That's Europe. The future is Europe. That must not be America's future. Our best days must still be ahead of us. Look, there's no more important issue in this election. 4 more years of these policies, we will have a generation of Americans who won't even remember the American dream. My parents came here 45 years ago. They came here legally, by the way. My parents came here 45 years ago to chase freedom and opportunity. They have lived the American dream. They've caught the American dream. That is what I want for us, for my children, and one day for my grandchildren. Shame on us if we're not willing to stand up against socialism and say it's immoral, it is wrong, and there is a better way forward for the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage, Governor Nikki Haley.
Thank you, and welcome back to South Carolina, Bobby. We're always happy to see you.
Great to see you, Nikki.
So, you know, if you look at Governor Jindal as one of the younger governors coming up, we always look to what Governor Jindal was doing in Louisiana. But one of the most amazing things is we look at the spending, we look at how he cut government, we look at all the things that he did to really lift up Louisiana. But the first thing, one of the very first things he did that you haven't talked about was ethics reform. Now, in South Carolina, we've tried to fight for at least 3 years now to have legislators have to disclose their income, to get legislative lawyers to quit suing our state, to disclose all those things so that they have a body that oversees them and transparent. Will you tell them about all the things you did with ethics reform in the state of Louisiana? Because you really had a very corrupt system that you walked.
Absolutely. And I want to first of all commend your great governor, Nikki Haley. Hasn't she done a great job for the people of South Carolina? I teased her, she was nice, she introduced me as a young governor. I teased her, I was the youngest governor in America until she got elected, so I was a little upset with her for that. We did do ethics reforms. The reason, now look, everybody's got their favorite joke about Louisiana politicians. Billy Tozan said at any given moment of time, half his constituents were underwater, the other half were under indictment any given moment in time in Louisiana. Here is the problem. Business has told us one of the #1 reasons they weren't investing in my state was corruption. If who you know is more important than what you know, they didn't want to invest in Louisiana. I called a special session within 30 days of taking the oath of office. Politicians don't like it. I said, look, when you shove the hogs away from the trough, they're going to squeal when you do that. We went from the bottom 5 to the top 5. We went from 44th worst to #1 according to the Center for Public Integrity for legislative disclosure. Now, this is instructive for D.C. for two reasons. One, how we did it, and secondly, what we need to do in D.C. One, how we did it. We did it because we mobilized the people. Look, legislators, politicians don't want to give up their perks, their privileges. But I said, we're going to keep coming back. I'm going to call you back in a session again and again and again until you pass these bills, and I'm not going home. I said, I live in Baton Rouge. I've got nowhere else to go. But we mobilized the people. They came to the Capitol and said, we elected you to serve us, not yourselves. Here's the lesson for D.C. I told you we need term limits. We also need part-time congressmen. We need to pay them a per diem, not a six-figure salary. We need a ban on them becoming lobbyists so they actually go and live in the real economy under the same rules they apply for the rest of us. We need a 2/3 vote before they ever raise any of our taxes, a 2/3 vote before they grow the government's budget faster than the American economy, and I would also say this. I would pay them a per diem, but I would only pay them for every day they stay out of D.C. rather than pay them for every day they go to D.C. Folks, the corruption in both parties is such the lobbyists are running the place. They get special interest exemptions in the tax code, in the spending bills, in the laws. That's why I say both parties. We need to clean house in both parties and remind them they work for us, not the big money interests and not themselves. We fought so that the dollars follow the child instead of the child following the dollars. What that means, we trust every mom and dad to know what's best for their children. It may be homeschooling, it may be private schools, it may be charter schools, it may be public schools, dual enrollment programs, online programs. The point is you know your children best. And yes, we got rid of Common Core, but it was more than just getting rid of Common Core. But the teacher unions, they saw this as a threat to their power. Not only did they try to recall me and the Speaker of the House, they had so many protesters come so often. I began to tell my young children, whenever you see a picture of Daddy, that's just a parade for Daddy. That's why they're out there. But this was the most instructive comment. A teacher union's leader said this. They said, parents don't have a clue when it comes to making choices for their kids. I met with a group of moms the next day. They said, Governor, we make choices for our kids every day. And we know the needs of our kids better than those bureaucrats in Baton Rouge or Washington, D.C. But the fight about education reform is a great parallel. I can't summarize better the difference between us and the left. They honestly don't think we're smart enough to live our lives. They don't think we're smart enough to decide how our children should be educated. They don't think we're smart enough to make curriculum decisions. They don't think we're smart enough to decide what school lunches our children should be eating. They don't think we're smart enough to have Second Amendment rights, First Amendment religious liberty rights. They don't think you're smart enough to know how many Cokes to drink if you live in New York City. They don't think we're smart enough to know what kind of insurance to buy. And that's how you get this screwed up Common Core math where you no longer add up numbers in a column the way that you and I learn math. My little boy, my youngest, he was 7 at the time, he was in 2nd grade, he had the best answer to, he took apart Common Core better than anybody I've ever seen. He had a math test and he brought it home and the teacher didn't know what to do with it. She sent it home. My wife said, you need to talk to your son. Yeah, when he's my son, that's never a good sign. I knew that. I mean, that was pretty obvious. He had gotten all the math right. He got all the answers right. It was simple math. You add the numbers in a column and you carry over the digits. It was simple math, like the way you and I learned. The second half of the test said, now explain why your answers are right. And they had 6 steps, like you had to draw circles and rectangles. So 18 plus 4 becomes 20 minus 2 plus 4, and you have to draw this multi-step process. I love my little boy. He has the attention span of a gnat. This is what he wrote for every, when the teacher said, show why your answers are right, meaning using this Common Core methodology, he said, just because it is, for every single math. That is not the first or last time I was reminded. He's now 9. My little 9-year-old boy is smarter than Secretary Clinton. I will say this, it is time to shrink the federal Department of Education and give control of education back to moms and dads, not a bunch of bureaucrats in D.C.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We call him Get It Done Bobby because he doesn't talk about it, he gets it done. Help us welcome him to South Carolina.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our final video comes from the governor of New Jersey and explains how Christie would bring opportunity for all and favoritism to none.
Hi, I'm Governor Christie of New Jersey. Opportunity is lacking in our country right now because we've had a president and a federal government that has simply suffocated the American people with overburdening them with taxes and regulation from Washington, D.C. that's now costing every small business just to comply with regulation over $10,000 per employee. No wonder small businesses can't create the jobs that we need to put Americans back to work and to raise, for the first time in 15 years, the wages of every person in the middle class. What would I do to fix this as President of the United States? First, we would strip out every loophole and deduction in the federal tax code except for 2, the home mortgage interest deduction and the deduction for charitable contributions. In return, we'd lower rates down to 28% on the high end and 8% on the low end and only have 3 rates. You could do your taxes in 15 minutes and keep much more of your money than you're keeping right now. We would also undo the heavy burden of regulation in this country. How would we do it? On day 1, sitting behind the desk in the Oval Office, I would sign an executive order that would freeze any new regulation from any department or agency of the federal government, and for the next 90 days, make sure that my vice president went out and found out every burdensome regulation that had been placed on this country and its people by this administration and bring it back to me with recommendations for eliminating them. I did that in New Jersey and got rid of 1/3 of all the regulations put in place by my predecessor, and I'll do the same thing as the President of the United States. Coupling that with lower corporate taxes, we can make this economy grow again and create opportunity for everyone. The reason why the American people think the tax code is rigged for the rich is because it is. I'll fix that as President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Governor Christie.
Governor, your first question comes from Bill.
All right.
Governor Christie?
Yes, sir.
Republicans claim to be the party of limited government. But just this year, they passed an unpaid-for doc fix that expands Medicare by hundreds of billions of dollars. What can you do to encourage members of your own party to live up to their limited government rhetoric, not just in non-binding resolutions, but in the real bills and laws that they pass?
Well, it's a really good question. I think that's why you're seeing the divide between what's happening in the states and what's happening in Washington. I really wonder, I traveled around the country last year, was here in South Carolina a lot for Governor Haley, and in every place where there was a Senate race, I was trying to help Senate candidates as well. And they told us that if they got a Republican majority in the Senate, they would change things. In 2010, they told us they got a Republican majority in the House, they would really be able to stir things up. And what I've found is that those folks go down to Washington and they seem to get amnesia. They forget about all the stuff they said to us back here, and they get down there, and I'm not somebody who opposes compromise, but I oppose capitulation. And that's capitulation. And so the way I can help to change it is to bring an attitude to the Oval Office that I've had in Trenton, New Jersey for the last 6 years. Now, let me just say, we're having all this conversation about how there's members of the public who want outsiders. I'm a Republican in New Jersey, man. I'm an outsider every morning when I wake up. Every morning. I have a Democratic legislature, and they send me some of the craziest stuff you're ever going to want to hear in your life. I've now vetoed 400 bills as governor in 5.5 years, 400 vetoes, and every one of those vetoes has been sustained. They haven't overridden one of them because we stand on our principles, and when they're wrong, we say they're wrong, and that's what should be done in Washington, D.C. The veto pen will get a lot of exercise when I'm president of the United States, the same way it has when I've been governor of New Jersey. And by the way, Americans for Tax Reform just 2 weeks ago came out with a report that said that I've vetoed more tax increases than any governor in American history. Now I need a Democratic legislature to do that, but we've done it. And so what you need to be able to say to members of Congress as the president is we came here based on a certain set of principles, and we're gonna adhere to those principles. And we'll talk with the other side and work with the other side when they want to be reasonable, but when they don't, we got to dig our heels in and say no. And I am wondering now why I worked so hard to get a Republican United States Senate if they haven't passed tax reform and put it on the president's desk, if they haven't repealed and replaced Obamacare and put it on the president's desk, and if they can't defund Planned Parenthood and put that on the president's desk. What do we have them there for? And this Medicare thing is the same example. So, bottom line is, if we're waiting for Congress to provide leadership, we're going to be waiting forever. We need to elect a president who will drag them to do the things that the American people are demanding we do. And I think this is our last chance. We better do it now or it's going to be over. So we've got to get it done now.
Governor, let's talk about specifics on entitlement reform. You've talked about raising the retirement age and some means testing. What do you think of the larger structural reforms, like what Paul Ryan has proposed for Medicare or personal accounts and Social Security?
Listen, I think all those things are fine ideas, but they don't get to the root cause of the problem. The root cause of the problem on entitlements is this, everybody, and there's no one else in this race who's talking about this. Everyone else in this race, quite frankly, is scared to talk about it. But you better be concerned about it, because 71% of federal spending right now is on entitlements and debt service. 71%. When John Kennedy was elected president in 1960, entitlement spending and debt service was 26%. And here's the worst part of it. You're paying payroll taxes every 2 weeks in your paycheck, every 2 weeks, and they tell you it's in the Social Security Trust Fund. You remember Al Gore called this a lockbox, right? We remember that. Well, let me tell you something. I've gotten a peek into the lockbox. There's nothing but a stack of IOUs in there. The government has lied to you about the lockbox, and then they've stolen everything out of the lockbox. It's empty. And the reason I gave my first speech in this campaign on entitlement reform is because we have to change the fundamentals of it. We have to raise the retirement age. Now listen, this is a good thing, everybody. It's a blessing. The average life expectancy now of a woman in America is 83. The average life expectancy of a man in America is 79. I just saw a couple of you women smile. I want to remind you of something. 10 years ago, the gap was 6 years. Now it's 4. We're gaining on you. And that 4 years of vacation you were expecting at the end of your life, you may be stuck with us for the entire run. But when you have programs that are 83 and 79 in terms of life expectancy, and the programs were created when people lived only to their mid-60s, we need to accept this blessing, take possession of our longer lives, and be realistic. So I say let's raise the retirement age 2 years and phase it in over 25 years. That means it goes up 1 month a year for 25 years. It's not going to affect anybody who's on Social Security right now or right on the edge of it, but it will affect our children and our grandchildren, and it'll make it more solid for them so the program will actually be there. And second, on means testing, I say if you make over $200,000 a year in retirement income, that means you got $4 or $5 million minimum saved and invested. Do you really need a Social Security check? I mean, listen, I know you paid for it, but here's the choice, because we don't have enough money. Hillary Clinton's solution is going to be to raise Social Security taxes. Now, let me ask you a question. Why would we ever want to give the government that already lied to us and stole from us more money? And she'll say it's only the rich, right? My solution is, for those who have done very well, don't get a benefit at the end if you don't need it. Let's make sure the benefit's there for those people who that check will mean the difference between choosing between rent and heat and food. What America has always stood for is if you work hard, play by the rules, pay your taxes into the system, that we're not going to let you grow old in poverty. But remember something, Harvard and Dartmouth just came out with a study that said Social Security, if we do nothing, will be insolvent in 7 to 8 years. Not 78 years, 7 to 8 years. I'm the only one talking about this. Those other ideas are good ideas in theory. This one will fix the system immediately and give it solvency for the next 35 to 40 years.
Governor, last month you said that as a former prosecutor, you believe, quote, religious institutions should be able to decide how they conduct their religious activity, but the rest of the folks in the United States, presumably including bakers and florists, need to follow the law. Do you believe that America's First Amendment right to freedom of to the free exercise of religion is constrained to the four walls of a church and a synagogue?
No.
Or should practicing Christians be able to be forced to choose between operating their businesses and their beliefs?
No, absolutely not. What I said was, I don't think that's a completely accurate quote, I was talking about people who are government officials, and that folks who are in government have an obligation to do their job. Now, the situation we had in Kentucky, this is where government goes off the rails. There was a simple solution to that before they put that woman in jail, and before they did all the other things they did, and they eventually got to that solution, right? Let someone else in her office issue those licenses. Don't force her to violate her own religious liberty. If those licenses are required to be issued, let someone else do it and protect her First Amendment religious liberty. What I've said is that government has the obligation to do the job and follow the law. But for everybody else, religious liberty is in the First Amendment, and it was put there for a very specific reason. We didn't want the establishment of a religion in this country, and we didn't want the abridgment of the free exercise of religion. We want people to be able to practice what they believe in their hearts and in their souls. And so the government needs to be there not to protect that liberty, but to not interfere with it. And so for the government, if there are laws that we have to enforce, you need to get people who will enforce those laws. But for everybody else, they have to be able to practice their religion the way they see fit. That's what the free exercise clause is all about. And what the establishment clause is all about is to make sure that the government does not interfere with you being able to do that. We do not want a country where someone else's religion is mandated upon us. And we don't want to mandate our religion upon anyone else. We want people to be able to do what they believe in their heart and in their soul is right for them as they observe God, as they see God. That's the kind of country we need to have. That's what we've always stood for. And that's what we not only stood for our citizens, but for the rest of the world. So let's stand up for religious liberty and make sure it's protected for everyone, because tomorrow they could be coming for you or me.
Governor, earlier this year, a family bakery in Oregon was put out of business because of tens of thousands of dollars of fines they got after refusing to cater a same-sex marriage. What would you say to that family? Would you support legislation that would ensure...
I didn't hear the first part of the question over the applause. Continue to applaud. I don't mean to do not let me restrained in any way, but I didn't hear the first part of the question.
I apologize. Earlier this year, there was a family bakery in Oregon that was put out of business after tens of thousands of dollars of fines they received for refusing to cater a same-sex wedding. Would you support legislation that makes sure that that government takes no course of action against anybody for standing by their personal religious beliefs?
Listen, this is what I was just talking about before. The fact is that we can't allow any types of discrimination in this country. And the left only looks at discrimination coming from one way. There's discrimination that goes in both directions, and that shouldn't be permitted in this country. The free exercise of religion means something. And we need to be able to stand up and do the right thing for folks and protect them. As I said before, because tomorrow they could be coming after you for your religious beliefs. And so I'm not someone who feels as if anyone in this country should be discriminated against. We are a country who believes that people, as long as they're operating within the law, should have the ability to live their lives the way they want to live their lives. And I think that government should do nothing that winds up hurting that goal, because that's at the essence of who we are as a country. And so we can't have those kind of things, and I don't believe that we should.
You've spoken about your experience sending your college-age children to college. Many Americans in the same phase of life as you are worried that their kids are going to end up with a worthless degree and saddled with debt because college costs are rising so dramatically. The left's answer is to subsidize the problem. How would you address higher education as a president?
Well, you know, listen, Mary Pat and I have 4 children, 2 of whom are in college right now. Our oldest son is a senior at Princeton. Our daughter is a sophomore at Notre Dame. and well, you applaud until you hear what the tuition is. This year, for those 2 children of ours, the tuition is $122,000. Just for those 2 children, and we have a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old still coming up from behind. So you know what that means? I'm gonna be working for my whole life. Here's the problem though. For families across this country, they are saddled with enormous debt. Enormous debt. We want our children to get the best education they can possibly get. But here's the problem. Right now, we're sticking it to our children and their families in a few ways. First, the government doesn't allow these kids to refinance their loans. They're paying above market rate interest rates, 7, 8, 9%, and then they're not permitted to refinance it like you'd refinance your mortgage or a car loan if you could get a lower rate. We're making money off of our children. That's immoral in my view, and as president, I will end it. They should be able to refinance their loans and get reasonable rates that the market will bear, not the government. Second, I think our children should have a national service option to be able to serve their communities and our country, and to get credit to pay down those loans in return for it. They'll make our country a better place, and we won't saddle them with huge mortgages as they go out to start their lives so they can't buy a home or get married or begin a family. But that's not the only thing we need to do. We need to get these college costs under control. How many of you out there, raise your hands, how many of you are paying college bills right now? All right. Is it the most opaque bill you've ever seen in your life? It's 3 lines, right? It's a tuition, room and board, other fees. Now, if you all went to a local restaurant tonight and you went out for dinner, and 4 of you went out and the bill came to you at the end of dinner and it was $100, and you flipped it over and it said, food, $100. And that's all it said. You would call the waiter back and say, hey, dude, come here for a second, would you? Could you write out specifically what we got and how much each one of them costs? We demand that level of specificity for a dinner bill of $100, yet I just paid a $62,000 tuition bill off of 3 lines. So 2 things we need to do to get these costs under control. First, these colleges have to be required to tell us what they're spending our money and our children's money on. You know, we don't need, I was in New Hampshire a couple weeks ago. Do you know at the University of New Hampshire they have rock climbing walls? Rock climbing walls. I was outside Mount Washington. I said, you got rocks. Go outside and climb those. What do I need to build you a wall for? But these colleges want to build monuments to themselves in every little way. We need to have them detail for us what they're spending their money on. Secondly, you've got to be able to unbundle that bill and just pay for the things that your kids are going to actually use. That would be a market test on college tuition. The things that people want to pay for, they'll keep. The things that they won't pay for are going to go away. The reason there's no market test and the reason why tuitions are going up so much, when you think about this, Notre Dame this year, their tuition is up 3.9%, and they told us it's the smallest increase in tuition in 40 years. 3.9%. That's more than double inflation. And so we need to put market forces on this because the colleges and universities know we want our kids to be happy and get a good education. They're taking advantage of us. And here's the way I'd get it done. If you're not willing to detail what you're spending your money on, and if you're not willing to allow us to unbundle the bills, then you cannot participate in the federal student loan or student grant programs. You want taxpayer money, you need to be transparent to the taxpayers and the students about what you're spending our money on. That's the way we need to bring our costs down.
Governor, our next question comes from Twitter. Beforehand, I'd note that as governor, while you did withdraw from some interstate environmental initiatives, you also told the coal industry in 2011, quote, there will be no coal permitted in New Jersey. We will no longer accept coal as a new source of power in the state. The question from Twitter is, Obama is winning his war on coal. Governor Chris Christie, what would you do to turn it around?
Well, let me first say that the reason that we said we didn't need coal plants anymore in New Jersey is because we're right next door to Pennsylvania and Marcellus Shale, and natural gas is abundant and cheap and coming to New Jersey. And because we've moved towards natural gas, we now have electricity rates in New Jersey that in the last 18 months are down 9% for consumers. We're building more pipelines and we're being smart about the energy that we're using that's abundant and luckily for us right next door. That's not the case for every place in the country. My view on the energy situation is this. We need to take an approach like New Jersey has taken. So for instance, 53% of New Jersey's electricity is generated by nuclear power. 53%. We need to go back to nuclear because it makes sense, it's cheap, it's inexpensive, and we need to go back and start building nuclear plants again. I talked about natural gas and the fact that we have a 100-year supply of natural gas under the United States, and we have a way to bring it to the surface. We can absolutely transform manufacturing in this country by making our power rates so much cheaper that we can compete with the Chinese on cost because of our lower power rates and create new manufacturing jobs here in the United States. We need to be doing that as part of our energy policy as well. Third, where coal is abundant and can be used, it should be used. There's no reason that it shouldn't be used, and states should have the opportunity to make those judgments as to what energy source is most available to them. And by the way, if you want to win a bet tonight at dinner, ask someone who are the top 3 solar energy producing states in America. The first 2 they'll get, California and Arizona. The third one is New Jersey. The third highest producing of solar energy in the country. Why? Because we allowed the private sector to come in and make it affordable. And so now businesses and homes in New Jersey are using solar power as another option. We need to be exploring for oil in this country. We need to be exploring for natural gas. We need to be using coal when we can. We've got to revitalize nuclear. And by the way, we're not going to have wind energy in New Jersey. We're the most densely populated state in America. We start putting windmills on land in New Jersey, there's going to be a lot of really angry, cranky people, even more than we have already. We can't afford that. We should use the alternative energies that make sense for each state. In Iowa, it makes sense to have wind power. They have lots of big open space. In New Jersey, we don't. And by the way, offshore wind, no one has shown me yet that it's affordable. And you know who's going to get stuck with the bill if we start doing offshore wind. It's going to be you are going to be stuck with the bill. I've stood up against that in New Jersey. We're not going to let it happen. And one last thing. The northeastern states had a regional cap and trade agreement when I came into office in 2010. Cap and trade by states, all the northeastern states. There's only one of the northeastern states now that doesn't. New Jersey, because I pulled this out of cap and trade because it's a tax on people. It doesn't work. I won't let it happen as governor, and I will not let it happen as president of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Haley.
Thank you, and welcome back to South Carolina, Chris. It's good to see you.
Great to see you.
So, what does everybody need to know about this man? We owe him a big thank you. And the reason is, when he led the Republican Governors Association, he fought, he won. We now have a Republican governor in Massachusetts. We now have a Republican in Maryland. And guess what? When President Obama goes home to Illinois, we now have a Republican governor in Illinois.
That's right.
He fought hard. He said we could win blue states. He showed us how to do it. But there's certain perceptions people have about blue states. And there's something that I know that you happen to be a very pro-life governor. When you have looked at these Planned Parenthood tapes, what does it do to you and what do you think about it?
Well, I'm the first pro-life governor in New Jersey since Roe versus Wade. And when I ran for governor in New Jersey, all the political pundits said there was no way I could win because I was pro-life. And they're wrong. They were wrong twice. And the fact is that there are more people in our country who are pro-life than the pollsters and the pundits ever want to admit to. But what they want more than anything else out of their leaders is honesty. What do you believe in my heart? And what I believe in my heart is that every life is an individual gift from God and is precious and needs to be protected. And you know what? We've all seen those Planned Parenthood videos, and I'm not going to go through what they said. You know what they said and what they're doing. Here's the one question that I guarantee you, when I'm the nominee of this party, I will put to Hillary Clinton on the stage in October of 2016 when we're debating. She talks about women's health and us being against women's health, which is completely ridiculous. I say to her, Mrs. Clinton, don't try to change the subject. Here's what I want to know. Are you in favor of the systematic murder of children in the womb in a specific way that allows your organization that you support to maximize the value of their body parts on the open market for profit? Answer it yes or no, Mrs. Clinton. Stop evading the issue. The fact is that no right-thinking person in America believes that we should systematically kill children in the womb and sell their body parts for profit. It is heinous, it is reprehensible, and I will not permit it as President of the United States. By the way, another reason why the Congress is driving me crazy is that 6 years ago, in one of the bluest states in America, I defunded Planned Parenthood. I vetoed Planned Parenthood funding 8 times. They haven't gotten a nickel in New Jersey for the last 6 years. If I can do it in New Jersey, there's no reason our party can't do it in Washington, D.C. But one last thing I want to remind you, as conservatives and as Republicans, we are the pro-life party, and if we're going to be pro-life, we have to be pro-life for the entire life. It's not enough to be pro-life just when they're in the womb. You know, when they come out, that's when they start to disappoint us, right? And it becomes much harder. We need to be pro-life for the 16-year-old drug addict on the floor of the county lockup, because that life is precious too. That life is an individual gift from God. And that's why I believe in drug rehabilitation. It's a disease and we need to help people. There's probably not a person in this room who hasn't had a family member or a friend or a coworker or a neighbor who's been affected by drug and alcohol abuse, and some that may have lost their lives to it. We can't permit that to continue to happen in this country because every life is precious. Every life is precious. The elderly's lives is precious too. And I will never permit in New Jersey or in this country assisted suicide. It is for God to determine when life is taken, not for us. So, listen everybody, we allow ourselves to play on the Democrats' playing field. They think that pro-life just means for those 9 months in the womb, and they want to have an argument about that. Let me end by reminding you this. Pro-life has to be for the whole life, and when we start talking about those issues as part of a pro-life agenda, we're going to bring more people over to the pro-life side, more people to our cause and our party, and make America a better, safer, and more moral country. That's what I want to do as President of the United States.
Great job. One last question. We talked about, workers and how they all had to focus on their own job. And this has been coming up as everybody's focused on everybody else's job, but everyone across America, especially middle class, they have to focus on their own job. You look back at 1980, and Ronald Reagan won those middle class blue collar jobs. If you look at 2012, President Obama won those middle class blue collar jobs. How did you win in the state of New Jersey those blue collar jobs?
Well, let me just remind you something, okay, to tell you how blue New Jersey is, because I know here in South Carolina you cannot relate to this at all. It's a disorienting thing, so I don't want you to get dizzy and fall over, but just listen to this now. We have 750,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans. We had not elected anyone, any Republican, to statewide office before I ran in 2009 in 12 years. And we have not elected a Republican to the United States Senate in 43 years. It's the longest streak of any state in America. So don't tell me California or New York is bluer than us. There's no one bluer than the state of New Jersey. So what am I doing here? Am I a historical accident? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. I spoke my mind. And the way you get to middle class voters is if they believe that you're telling them the truth as you see it, whether they like it every day or not. If they believe that when you tell them you're going to do something, you'll do it, and when you tell them you won't, you won't. And when you reach out to other people of all different stripes, and you don't change your story when you get there. That's what they're used to from politicians. So when I'm in front of a group where I know there's a bunch of pro-choice people, I don't say I'm pro-choice, I tell them I'm pro-life. You can disagree with me if you want, but this is who I am. When I walk into a place where I know they like bigger government, I don't change my story. I tell them that we eliminated 800 programs as governor of New Jersey and have vetoed every tax increase, because if they don't like that, then there's going to be someone else to vote for. And what have the results of all this been when they said that I was an accident in 2009 just because John Corzine was an awful governor? And believe me, he was. We do benefit from who we run against. 4 years later, they said they were going to take me out. What happened 4 years later? I was reelected with 61% of the vote in a state like New Jersey. Pundits in this country say that we can't win Hispanic voters. I won 51% of the Hispanic vote in New Jersey when I was reelected. We won 22% of the African American vote, up from 9%, and running against an 18-year female state senator, we won 56% of the female vote. Whether you are black or white or Hispanic, whether you're a man or a woman, you know what you want from people in public office? For them to work hard and tell you the truth and not pander and change their story. They'll vote for anybody who does that for them, and that's what I'll do as president.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's not just a fighter, he's a winner. Help me welcome Governor Christie.
Thank you.
What a night. Did y'all have fun? We've got a lot of work to do if we're going to take back America. And it starts with an informed citizenry that's holding politicians accountable. We heard some great messages, but what the job that the Sentinels on this floor do is they're holding politicians accountable to Washington, D.C. Thank you all, Sentinels, for being here today. We'll see all of you tomorrow. Any of you in the audience or watching on TV, if you want to get involved with Heritage Action, you can go to heritageaction.com. And I'd love now to bring back the wonderful governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley, to close us out tonight.
Thank you very much. I hope that you got a lot of policy, a lot of stuff, since we have some fantastic candidates. Now it's time to get to work. We need to make sure we have a Republican candidate for president that's going to win. We can do it with the people that were up here today. Be safe. God bless. We'll see you next time.